Close your eyes, breathe slowly. Tonight we travel to the most remote, the most extreme, and the most completely inhuman place on the surface of the Earth. The continent at the bottom of the world whose particular character, the specific combination of absolute cold, absolute wind, absolute darkness, and absolute distance from every other place where human beings have ever made their lives, makes it the closest available approximation to another planet that any person can reach without leaving the Earth. Antarctica is the coldest place on Earth. It is the windiest place on Earth. It is the driest place on Earth, a desert, technically, receiving less precipitation than the Sahara, its surface buried not by rainfall, but by the accumulated snowfall of millions of years compressing under its own weight into the largest single body of ice the planet has ever produced. It is the highest continent on Earth by average elevation, its ice sheet raising its surface to heights that would qualify as mountain altitude on any other landmass. No human being was born there. No human being lived there permanently before the 20th century. No indigenous population ever crossed the specific ocean barriers that separate it from every other continent. And yet it has drawn to itself, in the century and a quarter since its interior was first penetrated, some of the most extraordinary human stories in the entire history of exploration, stories of endurance, of disaster, of scientific discovery, and of the specific experience of standing at the absolute limit of what the human body and the human mind can survive. This is the story of Antarctica, the last continent, the coldest place, the final frontier. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 1. What Antarctica actually is, the last continent. Antarctica, the continent centered approximately on the geographic South Pole, whose particular landmass, covered by the Antarctic ice sheet, to depths averaging approximately 2,160 meters, and reaching a maximum of approximately 4,776 meters in its thickest portions. Covers an area of approximately 14 million square kilometers in winter when the surrounding sea ice extends its effective footprint to approximately 30 million square kilometers, making it the fifth largest continent on Earth, is not simply a very cold version of the other continents, but a fundamentally different kind of place whose specific character, the specific combination of extreme cold, extreme isolation, extreme aridity, and extreme altitude, creates an environment so hostile to biological life and human habitation that it remained the last continent to be discovered, the last to be explored, and the only one whose entire surface has never been permanently inhabited by any human population. The specific character of Antarctica as a place is determined above all by its position. Its centering on the geographic South Pole places it in the specific situation of receiving no solar energy at all for the 6 months of the polar winter, during which the entire continent is plunged into continuous darkness, whose particular duration at the pole itself extends from the autumnal equinox to the vernal equinox, and of receiving the specific angle of solar radiation at the pole itself that is so oblique. The sun never rising more than approximately 23.5 degrees above the horizon, even at midsummer, that even the continuous summer sunlight fails to warm the surface to temperatures that any human being would consider comfortable. The specific result of these conditions, combined with the enormous thermal mass of the ice sheet, whose particular capacity to absorb and re-radiate heat is vastly less than that of open ocean or vegetated land, is a continent whose average annual temperature at the South Pole is approximately -49 degrees Celsius, whose minimum recorded temperature at the surface is -89.2 degrees Celsius at the Soviet research station Vostok in July 1983, and whose surface winds at the coastal margins regularly exceed 100 kilometers per hour in the katabatic flows that drain cold air from the elevated interior plateau toward the surrounding ocean. Fact 2. The discovery of Antarctica, the last continent found. The discovery of Antarctica, the specific series of voyages, observations, and landings through which the existence of a southern polar continent was established, and its coastlines progressively charted, beginning in the specific year 1820, when 3 separate expeditions independently approached the Antarctic coast within weeks of each other, and concluding, in the sense of establishing the continental character of the landmass. With the specific confirmation that came only through the interior explorations of the early 20th century, was the last chapter in the specifically geographic project of mapping the Earth's major landmasses, the particular completion of a 5-century process of European maritime exploration that had progressively filled in the specific blank spaces on the world map until only the specific blank space at the bottom remained. The specific priority dispute about who first sighted Antarctica, the particular contest between the claims of the British naval officer Edward Bransfield, the American sealing captain Nathaniel Palmer, and the Russian naval expedition under Fabian von Bellingshausen, all of whom approached the Antarctic coast in late 1820 and early 1821. Reflects the specific character of a discovery whose particular ambiguity arose from the difficulty of distinguishing ice shelves from sea ice from actual continental coastline in the specific visual conditions of the Antarctic environment, and from the specific institutional pressures of competing national claims whose particular resolution has never been definitively achieved. The specific intellectual context of the Antarctic discovery, the particular tradition of geographic speculation about a terra australis incognita, an unknown southern land whose specific existence had been proposed by ancient and medieval geographers as a necessary counterbalance to the landmasses of the Northern Hemisphere, and whose specific reality had been consistently affirmed or denied by successive generations of Southern Ocean explorers from Magellan through Cook, gives the eventual discovery its particular resonance as the final confirmation of a geographic intuition that had persisted for more than 2,000 years before the specific ships of 1820 brought the specific reality of the specific continent into the specific documentary record. Fact 3. The Antarctic ice sheet, the largest body of ice on Earth. The Antarctic ice sheet, the single largest accumulation of ice on the surface of the Earth, containing approximately 26.5 million cubic kilometers of ice whose particular mass, if melted, would raise global sea levels by approximately 58 meters, and whose specific presence on the Antarctic continent has been continuous, in one form or another, for approximately 34 million years since the specific tectonic and atmospheric conditions that produce the current glaciation were first established, is not simply a thick covering of snow and ice, but a dynamic geological system of extraordinary complexity, whose specific internal structure, specific flow patterns, and specific relationship with the bedrock beneath it are the subjects of active scientific investigation, whose findings are among the most consequential for the specific understanding of the Earth's climate system and its specific future trajectory under conditions of continued anthropogenic warming. The specific structure of the ice sheet divides it into two major components, whose particular character differs in ways that are highly relevant to the specific question of their vulnerability to climate change. The East Antarctic ice sheet, the larger of the two, sitting primarily on bedrock that is above sea level and covering approximately 2/3 of the continent's area, is generally considered more stable because its specific grounding on bedrock above sea level makes it less susceptible to the specific marine ice sheet instability mechanisms that threaten its western counterpart. The West Antarctic ice sheet, the smaller but far more concerning component, sitting primarily on bedrock that is below sea level and in direct contact with the warming ocean waters that are progressively intruding beneath its margins, contains sufficient ice to raise global sea levels by approximately 3.3 meters if destabilized, and the specific evidence for ongoing destabilization, including the accelerating flow of the specific Thwaites Glacier, whose particular behavior has made it the single most closely monitored glacier on Earth, has made it the focus of the most urgent glaciological research of the current era. Fact 4. The Antarctic climate, the coldest, windiest, driest place on Earth. The specific climate of Antarctica, the particular combination of temperature, wind, precipitation, and solar radiation, whose aggregate character makes it simultaneously the coldest, windiest, and driest of all the Earth's continental environments, and whose specific extremes define the absolute lower boundary of the range of conditions under which any biological life, including human life, can be sustained, is produced by the specific interaction of the continent's geographic position, its specific topography, and the specific atmospheric and oceanic circulation patterns that the presence of a large, cold, elevated landmass at the South Pole generates and maintains. The specific temperature regime of Antarctica varies dramatically between the interior plateau, where the specific absence of oceanic thermal influence and the specific elevation of the ice surface create the coldest conditions on Earth, and the coastal margins, where the specific proximity of the relatively warmer Southern Ocean moderates temperatures to levels that are merely extremely cold rather than absolutely lethal. The interior of East Antarctica records temperatures that regularly fall below -70 degrees Celsius in winter, and the specific world record low temperature of -89.2 degrees Celsius recorded at Vostok Station in 1983 remains the lowest naturally occurring temperature ever measured at the surface of the Earth. The specific wind regime of Antarctica is dominated by the katabatic winds, the particular gravity-driven flows of extremely cold, dense air from the elevated interior plateau toward the lower coastal margins, whose specific acceleration as they descend the ice slope produces the surface wind speeds that give specific locations on the Antarctic coast. Above all, the specific area of Commonwealth Bay on the George V coast, where the Australian explorer Douglas Mawson established his base in 1912, the particular distinction of being the windiest place at sea level on the entire surface of the Earth, with average annual wind speeds exceeding 80 kilometers per hour and specific gusts exceeding 300 kilometers per hour recorded during the most extreme blizzards. Fact 5. The race to the South Pole, Amundsen, Scott, and the price of ambition. The race to the South Pole, the specific competitive expedition program of 1910 to 1912, in which the Norwegian explorer Roald Amundsen and the British naval officer Robert Falcon Scott each led expeditions from opposite sides of the Ross Ice Shelf toward the geographic South Pole, Amundsen's team reaching it on December 14, 1911, and Scott's team reaching it on January 17, 1912, to find the Norwegian flag already planted. And Scott and his 4 companions dying on the return journey in circumstances whose specific details, preserved in the specific journals and the specific final letters found with their frozen bodies, have made the Scott expedition one of the most extensively analyzed and most humanly affecting stories of failure in the entire history of exploration, is the specific episode in the history of Antarctic exploration that has most thoroughly captured the popular imagination. Its particular combination of high adventure, competitive drama, national pride, and ultimate tragedy, creating the narrative template through which the entire heroic era of Antarctic exploration has subsequently been understood and remembered. Amundsen's specific achievement, his team reaching the pole and returning safely in a journey of 99 days, using a route across the Transantarctic mountains that no one had previously attempted, employing dog sledges as his primary transport, and being entirely prepared to kill and eat the dogs when necessary to sustain the expedition, reflected the particular pragmatism and the particular specific planning, whose combination made him arguably the most effective polar explorer in the entire history of the discipline. Scott's specific failure, the particular combination of bad weather, equipment problems, the specific decision to use motor sledges and ponies rather than dogs as primary transport, and the addition of a 5th man to the polar party at the last moment, whose specific caloric requirements the specific food supplies had not been designed to accommodate, reflected a specific combination of bad luck and specific planning decisions, whose particular weight in the final outcome has been debated by historians for more than a century, without reaching the definitive resolution that the specific complexity of the specific circumstances resists. Fact 6. Ernest Shackleton, the greatest survival story in history. Ernest Shackleton, the Irish-born British explorer whose particular Antarctic career, encompassing 3 separate expeditions to the continent between 1901 and 1922, produced in the specific endurance expedition of 1914 to 1916, what is almost universally described as the greatest survival story in the entire history of human exploration. A specific narrative of catastrophic failure, transformed by extraordinary leadership and extraordinary endurance into the specific achievement of bringing every member of a stranded expedition home, alive from one of the most inhospitable environments on Earth, is the specific figure in the heroic era of Antarctic exploration, whose particular reputation has grown most consistently in the century since his expeditions, the specific qualities he demonstrated. The pragmatic abandonment of the original goal in the face of its specific impossibility, the specific personal attention to the morale and the physical welfare of every member of his crew, and the particular willingness to accept complete personal responsibility for the specific decisions whose consequences he had now to manage, making him a figure whose particular appeal to the contemporary understanding of leadership exceeds that of either the triumphant Amundsen or the tragic Scott. The specific narrative of the endurance expedition begins with the ship's departure from South Georgia Island in December 1914 and its progressive entrapment in the Weddell Sea pack ice, whose specific closing around the ship in January 1915 ended any hope of reaching the continent and began the 10-month ordeal of drifting in the pack ice that culminated in the specific crushing and sinking of the Endurance in November 1915. The subsequent journey, the specific survival of 28 men through the Antarctic winter on the ice, the specific open boat journey of 800 miles across the Drake Passage in the James Caird to South Georgia Island, and the specific crossing of South Georgia's unmapped interior mountains to reach the whaling station at Stromness, constitutes a specific sequence of extreme challenges whose particular successful navigation by Shackleton and his men remains, more than a century later, one of the most remarkable achievements in the entire history of human survival. Fact 7. The Antarctic Treaty, the continent that belongs to everyone. The Antarctic Treaty, the specific international agreement signed in Washington on December 1, 1959 by 12 nations whose particular scientific and exploratory activities during the International Geophysical Year of 1957 to 1958 had established the specific framework of international cooperation that the treaty was designed to preserve and formalize, and which entered into force on June 23, 1961. Creating the specific legal framework that governs all human activity on the continent to this day is the most successful international arms control and environmental protection agreement in the history of international law. Its particular achievement in setting aside a continent of 14 million square kilometers as a zone of peace and scientific cooperation, prohibiting all military activity, all nuclear testing, all nuclear waste disposal, and all territorial claims. Representing a specific model of international cooperation, whose particular success in the specific context of the Antarctic has not been replicated in any comparable agreement governing the use of any other specific natural resource or geographic space. The specific political context in which the Antarctic Treaty was negotiated, the particular combination of Cold War tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union, the specific competing territorial claims of 7 nations whose particular geographic sectors of Antarctica overlapped in ways that could not be simultaneously honored without specific political conflict. And the specific spirit of international scientific cooperation generated by the International Geophysical Year, whose particular success in enabling joint research across the specific political barriers of the Cold War provided the specific model that the treaty's architects sought to institutionalize, makes the specific achievement of the treaty all the more remarkable in retrospect. The particular willingness of the Cold War adversaries to cooperate in the management of Antarctica, reflecting the specific understanding that the particular extreme character of the Antarctic environment made the specific alternative of competitive national exploitation both impractical and dangerous. Fact 8. Antarctic wildlife, life at the extreme. The wildlife of Antarctica, the specific assemblage of species whose particular adaptations to the extreme conditions of the Antarctic environment have allowed them to survive and reproduce at the specific southern extreme of the Earth's biological range, and whose particular dependence on the specific productivity of the Southern Ocean, whose cold, nutrient-rich waters support the specific food web on which all Antarctic life ultimately depends, is simultaneously the most severely limited in its diversity of any continental fauna on Earth, and the most spectacularly abundant in the specific numbers of individual animals that the specific productivity of the Antarctic marine ecosystem supports. The specific most emblematic of all Antarctic animals is the emperor penguin, the particular species whose specific breeding cycle, uniquely among all bird species, is conducted entirely in the Antarctic winter, the specific male emperor penguins gathering in their breeding colonies in March and April as the Antarctic autumn closes in, incubating the specific single egg on their feet beneath the specific brood pouch for 65 days through the specific most extreme conditions that any bird endures anywhere on Earth. Huddling in the specific dense formations, whose particular heat conservation allows the colony as a whole to maintain the specific internal temperature high enough to keep the specific eggs viable, while the specific outside temperature falls below -40 degrees Celsius, and the specific wind chill reduces the effective temperature to -60 or below. The specific physiology of the emperor penguin, its particular layered insulation of dense waterproof, feathers over a specific layer of air trapping down over a specific layer of subcutaneous blubber, whose combined insulating properties allow the bird to maintain its specific core temperature of approximately 38 degrees Celsius in conditions that would kill an unprotected human in minutes, is one of the most sophisticated biological cold adaptation systems in the entire animal kingdom. Its specific effectiveness demonstrated by the particular survival of emperor penguin colonies in conditions that remain among the most extreme experienced by any warm-blooded animal on Earth. Fact 9. The ozone hole, Antarctica's warning to the world. The Antarctic ozone hole, the specific seasonal depletion of stratospheric ozone over Antarctica that was discovered by British Antarctic Survey scientists Joe Furman, Brian Gardner, and Jonathan Shanklin in 1985, whose particular publication of the discovery in the journal Nature produced one of the most consequential specific scientific announcements of the 20th century, and whose specific subsequent investigation established the connection between the ozone depletion and the accumulation of chlorofluorocarbon compounds in the stratosphere that led directly to the Montreal Protocol of 1987 and the specific international agreement to phase out the specific chemicals responsible. is the most significant specific environmental discovery made in Antarctica and one of the most consequential specific scientific findings of the entire modern era. Its particular demonstration that human industrial activity could produce atmospheric changes of global scale, and the specific international response it generated constituting both a specific environmental success story and a specific cautionary lesson about the specific vulnerability of the global atmospheric system to specific industrial chemical emissions. The specific mechanism of the Antarctic ozone hole, the particular chemistry of stratospheric ozone depletion that operates with unique efficiency over Antarctica because of the specific polar stratospheric clouds that form in the specific extremely cold Antarctic stratospheric winter, whose particular surface chemistry activates the specific chlorine compounds derived from the specific photolytic breakdown of chlorofluorocarbons in ways that catalytically destroy ozone at rates that dwarf those achievable in the specific warmer stratosphere of lower latitudes, represents one of the most complex and most carefully worked out pieces of atmospheric chemistry in the entire history of the discipline. Its specific elucidation, by a succession of atmospheric chemists including Mario Molina, F. Sherwood Rowland, and Paul Crutzen, earning the specific Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1995, in recognition of the specific fundamental importance of the specific discovery for the specific understanding of the specific atmospheric system. Fact 10: Antarctica at 10, the continent that changes everything. 10 facts into the story of Antarctica and the specific character of the place, the particular way in which its specific extremes of cold and wind and isolation create an environment that challenges every assumption about the specific limits of the possible, both for the specific biological life that has adapted to survive there and for the specific human beings who have chosen to work and explore there, has already become vivid in a way that no amount of abstract description can fully convey. We have stood with Amundsen at the South Pole on December 14, 1911, and understood that his specific arrival there was not luck, but the particular consequence of specific preparation, specific pragmatism, and specific willingness to do whatever the specific environment required rather than whatever the specific conventions of the specific era prescribed. We have drifted with Shackleton in the Weddell Sea pack ice and understood that the specific quality of leadership that brought 28 men home alive from the specific destruction of the Endurance was not heroism in the conventional theatrical sense, but the particular combination of specific practical intelligence and specific human attention, whose exercise in the specific daily reality of Antarctic survival constitutes one of the most complete demonstrations of what human leadership actually requires. And we have understood that the specific continent whose specific extremity makes it the last place on Earth any human being would choose to live is simultaneously the specific place whose particular scientific importance for the understanding of the Earth's climate, its atmospheric chemistry, and its ice-driven sea level makes it the most consequential piece of real estate on the planet. 90 facts remain. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 11: the heroic era, a generation of explorers. The heroic era of Antarctic exploration, the specific period between approximately 1895 and 1922, during which the interior of the Antarctic continent was first penetrated, and its major geographic features progressively mapped, producing in the process some of the most dramatic and most extensively documented stories of human endurance in the entire history of exploration, and whose particular character was defined by the specific combination of national competition, romantic idealism, genuine scientific curiosity, and the particular technological limitations of the pre-aviation era that forced the specific explorers of the period to depend entirely on human and animal muscle for the specific transport across the specific vast distances of the Antarctic interior. Was bounded at one end by the specific first confirmed landing on the Antarctic continent at Cape Adare in January 1895 by the crew of the Norwegian whaling vessel Antarctic under the command of Henrik Bull, and at the other end by the specific death of Ernest Shackleton on South Georgia Island in January 1922 at the outset of his fourth Antarctic expedition, whose particular timing in the year after the first commercial flights had been made across the Atlantic marked the specific moment at which the specific technological possibilities of Antarctic exploration were beginning to shift away from the specific man-hauling and dog-sledging methods of the heroic era toward the specific aerial reconnaissance and motorized transport of the mechanical era that followed. The specific national competition that drove the heroic era was primarily but not exclusively a British and Norwegian contest. The specific rivalry between the British tradition of naval exploration, whose institutional framework, specific sources of funding, and specific cultural mythology of sacrifice and duty shaped the specific character of the British Antarctic expeditions of the period and the Norwegian tradition of practical polar expertise, whose specific foundation in the specific whaling and sealing industries of the high latitudes had produced in Amundsen, Nansen, and their contemporaries a generation of polar operators whose specific pragmatism and specific technical skill consistently outperformed the specific institutional traditions of the British naval establishment in the specific environment of the Antarctic interior. Fact 12. The Southern Ocean, the wildest sea on Earth. The Southern Ocean, the specific body of water that encircles the Antarctic continent, defined in its modern oceanographic sense as the oceanic waters south of 60 degrees south latitude, and encompassing approximately 20 million square kilometers of the most consistently stormy, most consistently cold, and most biologically productive ocean on Earth, is not simply the southern extension of the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans, but a specific distinct oceanic system whose particular character, generated by the specific combination of the Antarctic circumpolar current, the specific absence of any continental barrier to its unimpeded circumpolar flow, and the specific interaction between its cold surface waters and the warmer waters of the subtropical gyres to the north, makes it the most important single body of water in the entire global ocean circulation system, and the specific oceanic environment whose particular behavior is most consequential for the specific understanding of how the global climate system redistributes heat, carbon dioxide, and nutrients around the planet. The Antarctic circumpolar current, the specific ocean current that flows continuously eastward around Antarctica, driven by the specific westerly winds of the roaring 40s and furious 50s, whose particular strength and particular consistency in the absence of continental barriers to interrupt them, produce the specific surface wind speeds that make the Southern Ocean the windiest stretch of water on Earth, is the largest ocean current on Earth by volume transport, carrying approximately 134 million cubic meters of water per second, a flow approximately 100 times greater than the combined flow of all the world's rivers, and whose specific circumpolar flow connects the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Ocean basins in a continuous circuit that makes the Southern Ocean the specific highway through which the global thermohaline circulation exchanges water between ocean basins. The specific biological productivity of the Southern Ocean, driven by the specific upwelling of nutrient-rich deep waters that the Antarctic divergence creates along the Antarctic coast, whose particular supply of nitrates, phosphates, and silicates supports the specific dense concentrations of phytoplankton that form the base of the Antarctic food web, makes it the specific ocean environment whose particular abundance of krill, whose particular biomass has been estimated at between 300 and 500 million metric tons, constitutes one of the largest single concentrations of animal protein anywhere on Earth. Fact 13. Antarctic krill, the keystone of an ecosystem. Antarctic krill, the specific small crustacean Euphausia superbar whose particular abundance in the Southern Ocean, whose specific role as the primary link between the microscopic phytoplankton of the Antarctic food web and the large marine predators, the whales, the seals, the penguins, and the seabirds, that depend on it for their specific caloric requirements, and whose particular biological characteristics, including the specific bioluminescence that makes a dense krill swarm visible from the surface as a glowing red-pink mass in the dark Antarctic water, and the specific ability to shrink its own body during periods of food scarcity by reabsorbing its own body tissues in a biological process unique among crustaceans, is the specific organism on which the entire structure of the Antarctic marine ecosystem depends. Its particular position at the single most critical node of the Antarctic food web making it simultaneously the most ecologically important species in the Southern Ocean, and the specific organism whose particular vulnerability to the specific changes in sea ice extent and ocean temperature produced by anthropogenic climate warming creates the most consequential single threat to the entire Antarctic marine ecosystem. The specific biology of Antarctic krill is remarkable in several specific respects beyond the specific body shrinking capacity already mentioned. The particular longevity of individual krill, whose specific lifespan of up to 7 years is extraordinarily long for a crustacean of their size, means that individual animals live through multiple annual cycles of the specific seasonal sea ice formation and melt whose particular dynamics govern the specific availability of the ice algae on which juvenile krill depend for their winter nutrition. The specific aggregation behavior of Antarctic krill, the particular formation of the dense swarms whose specific dimensions can reach several kilometers in extent and whose specific density can exceed 30,000 individual animals per cubic meter, is one of the most spectacular biological phenomena in the ocean. The specific visual effect of a large krill swarm staining the sea surface vivid red-pink, being described by every Antarctic explorer who encountered it as among the most striking specific sights of the Antarctic environment. Fact 14. The dry valleys, Antarctica's most alien landscape. The dry valleys of Victoria Land, the specific ice-free areas of the Antarctic continent, located in the Transantarctic Mountains, west of McMurdo Sound, comprising approximately 4,800 square kilometers of exposed rock, glacial sediment, and permanently frozen soil from which the Antarctic ice sheet has retreated, and which receive so little precipitation, and are so thoroughly scoured by the specific katabatic winds descending from the polar plateau that they support almost no visible biological life, creating a landscape whose particular combination of ancient exposed rock, frozen lakes covered year-round by several meters of ice, and complete absence of vegetation creates the specific visual impression of a dead planetary surface more reminiscent of Mars than of any other environment on Earth, are the specific location where the most extreme expressions of the Antarctic continent's desert character are found, and where the specific scientific investigation of the extreme conditions under which microbial life persists has provided some of the most consequential specific findings for the understanding of the limits of life, both on Earth and on other planets. The specific climate of the dry valleys, receiving less than 10 millimeters of precipitation per year, experiencing average summer temperatures of approximately -20 degrees Celsius even during the continuous summer sunlight, and being swept by katabatic winds whose specific evaporative effect removes the specific small amounts of snow that fall before it can accumulate, creates a specific desert environment whose particular aridity is the product not of insufficient precipitation, in the sense that other deserts are dry, but of the specific combination of low precipitation and high evaporative loss that the extreme cold and extreme wind of the Antarctic interior produce. The specific lakes of the dry valleys, most notably Lake Vanda and Lake Bonny, whose specific permanent ice covers insulate the lake water from the extreme cold of the Antarctic atmosphere, and whose specific chemically stratified waters support microbial communities adapted to the specific conditions of darkness, cold, and chemical extremity that the lake environments provide, are among the most thoroughly studied extreme environments on Earth. Their specific microbial communities providing the closest terrestrial analogues to the specific environments that might exist in the subsurface oceans of Europa and other icy moons of the outer solar system. Fact 15. The subglacial lakes, a hidden world beneath the ice. The subglacial lakes of Antarctica, the specific bodies of liquid water that exist beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, maintained in liquid form by the specific combination of the geothermal heat rising from the bedrock below and the specific insulating effect of the kilometers of ice above that prevents the escape of that heat to the surface, and whose particular discovery through radio echo sounding surveys beginning in the 1970s progressively revealed a hidden hydrological system of extraordinary extent and complexity, whose specific existence had not been suspected before the specific development of the airborne geophysical survey techniques that made its detection possible, constitute one of the most scientifically significant and most practically consequential specific discoveries in the entire modern history of Antarctic science, their particular implications extending from the specific understanding of the Antarctic ice sheet's dynamics to the specific question of whether isolated subglacial aquatic environments might harbor microbial life that has been isolated from the surface world for millions of years. Lake Vostok, the specific subglacial lake lying approximately 4 kilometers beneath the surface of the East Antarctic ice sheet, directly below the Russian Vostok station, and whose particular dimensions, approximately 250 kilometers long by 50 kilometers wide, with a maximum depth of approximately 1,000 meters, make it the largest known subglacial lake on Earth and roughly comparable in area to Lake Ontario, is the specific body of water that has received the most extensive scientific attention, the particular combination of its extraordinary size, its specific isolation from the surface environment for an estimated 15 to 34 million years, and the specific technical challenge of accessing it without contaminating its waters with the surface microbiology that would invalidate any subsequent biological findings, creating the particular focus of the most ambitious and most controversial subglacial drilling project in the history of Antarctic science. The specific question of whether Lake Vostok harbors a unique microbial ecosystem, whose particular isolation from the surface world for millions of years has driven the specific evolutionary differentiation of organisms adapted to the specific conditions of cold, darkness, and chemical extremity that the lake environment provides is one whose answer the specific Russian drilling project that breached the lake in 2012 has not yet definitively resolved. Fact 16. Douglas Mawson, the survivor. Douglas Mawson, the Australian geologist and Antarctic explorer, whose particular career on the continent spanned 3 separate expeditions between 1907 and 1931, and whose specific experience during the Far Eastern sledging journey of the Australasian Antarctic expedition in November and December 1912, constitutes the most extraordinary individual survival story in the entire heroic era of Antarctic exploration. A specific narrative of physical suffering and psychological endurance whose particular details, the specific death of both his companions, the specific loss of most of the expedition's food supply, and the specific month-long solo journey back to base across 160 kilometers of Antarctic plateau, in which Mawson's body was progressively destroyed by what was almost certainly vitamin, a hypervitaminosis from eating the liver of the husky dogs, remains one of the most harrowing and most humanly revealing specific stories in the entire literature of polar exploration. The specific sequence of disasters that befell the Far Eastern Party began on December 14, 1912, exactly 1 year after Amundsen reached the South Pole, when the team member Belgrave Ninnis fell with his dog team through a crevasse that swallowed him completely, taking with him the tent, most of the food, and the best of the dogs. Leaving Mawson and his remaining companion Xavier Mertz approximately 160 kilometers from the base at Cape Denison, with insufficient food and the specific knowledge that their return journey would require them to kill and eat the surviving dogs in a caloric calculation that ultimately proved fatally inadequate. Mertz died on January 7, 1913, after a period of progressive physical deterioration whose specific symptoms, the particular peeling of skin from his body, the specific hair loss, the specific liver damage, are consistent with the specific vitamin toxicity that has led subsequent medical investigators to identify husky liver consumption as the specific cause. Mawson himself experienced the specific same symptoms, his skin peeling away in sheets, the specific soles of his feet separating from the specific underlying tissue so that he had to bind them back in place before each day's march, but survived, reaching the base on February 8, 1913, just hours after the relief ship had departed and remaining on the ice for a further year before rescue. Fact 17. The Antarctic food web, from sunlight to whale. The Antarctic food web, the specific network of feeding relationships through which the energy of the Antarctic sun, captured by the phytoplankton of the Southern Ocean, is transferred through successive trophic levels to the specific large predators, whose particular abundance in Antarctic waters has made the Southern Ocean one of the most biologically productive marine environments on Earth, is simultaneously one of the simplest food webs of any major ocean ecosystem in terms of its specific number of trophic links, and one of the most productive in terms of the specific biomass it generates at each level, the particular efficiency of energy transfer from primary producers to apex predators being higher in the Antarctic than in any comparable marine system. The specific base of the Antarctic food web is the phytoplankton, the microscopic photosynthetic organisms whose particular abundance in the Southern Ocean is driven by the specific upwelling of nutrient-rich deep waters along the Antarctic divergence, the specific presence of iron-rich dust from the Antarctic continent, and the specific extended hours of summer sunlight that allow the specific intense seasonal bloom, whose particular productivity supports the specific extraordinary concentrations of the higher trophic levels that make the Southern Ocean so spectacular in its biological richness. From the phytoplankton, the specific energy flow proceeds through the Antarctic krill, the specific crustacean whose central role in the food web was discussed in an earlier fact, to the specific array of large predators that depend on krill as their primary food source. The specific 6 species of baleen whale, whose summer aggregation in Antarctic waters has historically constituted the largest concentration of large cetaceans on Earth, the specific crabbaiter seal, whose specific misnomer as a crabeater conceals the specific reality that krill constitutes approximately 90% of its diet. The specific Adelie and chinstrap penguins, whose particular breeding colonies on the Antarctic peninsula and surrounding islands are sustained entirely by the specific krill abundance of the adjacent waters, and the specific abundant seabirds, including the specific albatrosses and petrels, whose particular foraging ranges across the Southern Ocean are organized around the specific locations of highest krill concentration. Fact 18. The geographic South Pole, standing at the bottom of the world. The geographic South Pole, the specific point on the Earth's surface at 90 degrees south latitude, where the Earth's rotational axis intersects its surface, where all lines of longitude converge and the concepts of north, south, east, and west that organize navigation everywhere else on Earth lose their conventional meaning. And where the specific Amundsen and Scott South Pole Station of the United States Antarctic Program has maintained a continuous human presence since its establishment in 1956, is simultaneously the most precisely defined geographic point on the surface of the Earth and the specific location, whose particular character as the absolute southern extreme of the planet's surface gives it a symbolic importance in the human geographic imagination that vastly exceeds its specific scientific or strategic significance. The specific physical reality of standing at the South Pole is both more and less dramatic than the popular imagination of the place suggests. The specific geographic pole marker, a striped pole topped with a reflective sphere, surrounded by the flags of the original Antarctic Treaty signatory nations, and reset each year to a position approximately 10 meters from the previous year's location, because the ice sheet on which it stands flows continuously toward the coast at a rate of approximately 10 meters per year. Stands on a featureless plain of snow and ice at an elevation of approximately 2,835 meters above sea level, with a further 2,850 meters of ice below before reaching the bedrock. The horizon in every direction is identical, a flat white line separating the white ice from the blue sky, with no landmark, no feature, no specific visual cue of any kind to distinguish one direction from another. The specific experience of standing at this specific place, which every human being who has reached it describes as producing a particular combination of profound satisfaction and mild anticlimax, reflects the particular character of a destination whose specific importance is entirely symbolic. The specific point itself is physically identical to every other point on the surrounding plateau. Its significance existing entirely in the specific human meanings that the specific history of polar exploration has attached to it. Fact 19. Antarctic Science, the continent as laboratory. The specific scientific programs conducted on and around Antarctica, the particular body of research whose scope encompasses glaciology, atmospheric chemistry, seismology, astronomy, astrophysics, biology, oceanography, and the specific physical sciences whose particular questions about the structure and behavior of the Earth's climate, ice, oceans, and atmosphere are most effectively addressed in the specific extreme and relatively uncontaminated environment of the Antarctic, constitute the primary justification for the specific human presence on the continent that the Antarctic Treaty's specific designation of Antarctica as a zone of scientific cooperation was designed to enable and protect, and whose particular findings have been among the most consequential contributions to the specific understanding of the Earth's environmental history and its specific future trajectory under conditions of continuing anthropogenic change. The specific most consequential single body of Antarctic scientific data for the current understanding of the Earth's climate history is the specific ice core record, the particular archive of past atmospheric composition, past temperature, past volcanic activity, and past dust deposition, whose specific recovery from deep drilling projects at Vostok, Dome Sea, and other Antarctic sites has produced a continuous record of the Earth's climate and atmospheric chemistry, extending back approximately 800,000 years, encompassing 8 complete glacial interglacial cycles whose particular character, the specific timing of the specific glaciations, the specific concentrations of carbon dioxide and methane in the atmosphere at each stage, and the specific relationship between these variables and the specific global temperatures of each period, has provided the most direct and most detailed evidence available for the specific understanding of how the Earth's climate system responds to specific changes in atmospheric greenhouse gas concentrations. The specific finding from the Antarctic ice core record, whose particular implications are most consequential for the present moment, the particular demonstration that the current atmospheric concentration of carbon dioxide, approximately 420 parts per million, exceeds any level recorded in the 800,000-year ice core archive, whose maximum pre-industrial carbon dioxide concentration was approximately 300 parts per million, is one of the most unambiguous and most sobering specific findings in the entire modern history of climate science. Fact 20. Antarctica at 20, the ice that holds the world's memory. 20 facts into the story of Antarctica and the specific depth and the specific breadth of what this continent represents, not merely as a geographic extreme, but as a specific scientific resource of irreplaceable importance, a specific repository of the Earth's climate history, a specific bellwether of the planetary changes that human civilization has set in motion, has come into full view. We have descended into the subglacial lakes beneath 4 kilometers of ice and found liquid water that has been isolated from the surface world for perhaps 30 million years, asking the specific question of whether life persists in that darkness and cold and silence, whose answer would transform the specific understanding of the limits of biology. We have followed the katabatic winds from the polar plateau to the coast, and understood that the specific place Douglas Mawson chose as his base at Cape Denison was the windiest place at sea level on Earth, a specific fact he discovered the hard way in the specific year he spent there before his companions died and left him to walk home alone. We have read 800,000 years of climate history in the specific bubbles of ancient atmosphere trapped in the specific ice cores drilled from the East Antarctic Plateau, and understood that the specific concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere today exceeds anything recorded in that entire archive. 80 facts remain. They will carry us through the full depth of the Antarctic story, through the specific biology, the specific science, the specific human experience, and the specific question of what this continent means for the specific future of the world it anchors at its southern pole. This is Explore During Sleeping. Fact 21. The Antarctic Peninsula, the fastest warming place on Earth. The Antarctic Peninsula, the specific narrow arm of land extending approximately 1,300 kilometers northward from the West Antarctic continent toward the southern tip of South America, whose particular geographic position at the most northerly and most accessible part of the Antarctic continent has made it the primary location of both the historical whaling and sealing industry and the current tourist industry, and whose specific climate. Significantly warmer and significantly wetter than the Antarctic interior by virtue of its specific proximity to the Southern Ocean and its specific latitude between 63 and 68 degrees south, supports the most diverse and most abundant terrestrial and marine wildlife of any part of the continent, has warmed at a rate of approximately 3 degrees Celsius over the past 50 years, making it one of the fastest warming regions on the entire surface of the Earth. And the specific consequences of that warming for the peninsula's specific glaciers, specific ice shelves, specific penguin colonies, and specific marine ecosystems constitute the most directly observable and most thoroughly documented evidence of climate change impacts on any Antarctic region currently available to science. The specific most dramatic physical manifestation of the Antarctic Peninsula's warming has been the progressive collapse of the specific ice shelves, the floating extensions of the ice sheet that protrude into the Weddell and Bellingshausen seas on either side of the peninsula, whose particular sequence of disintegrations since the 1990s has provided the most visually striking and most widely reported specific evidence of Antarctic climate change available to the general public. The specific Larsen B ice shelf, the particular floating ice platform of approximately 3,250 square kilometers on the eastern coast of the peninsula that had existed continuously for at least 10,000 years, and possibly much longer, disintegrated in approximately 35 days between January and March 2002 in an event whose specific satellite imagery, showing the progressive fragmentation of the shelf into thousands of small icebergs over less than 6 weeks, created some of the most compelling visual evidence of rapid environmental change in the history of climate science, and whose specific underlying mechanism, the penetration of meltwater through surface cracks in a process called hydrofracture, whose particular efficiency in propagating fractures through the full thickness of the ice shelf had not been fully anticipated by the specific models available at the time, revealed a specific vulnerability of ice shelves to warming that has since been identified as a key process in the potential future destabilization of the West Antarctic ice sheet. Fact 22. The whaling industry, the exploitation that preceded science. The specific history of the Antarctic whaling industry. The particular commercial enterprise that drew the first sustained human presence to the waters surrounding Antarctica, beginning in the late 19th century, and continuing through the specific catastrophic overexploitation of the 20th century, whose particular reduction of the southern ocean's whale populations to fractions of their pre-whaling levels, represents one of the most consequential specific environmental destructions in the history of marine resource exploitation, is a story whose particular character as the specific predecessor of the scientific tradition that now dominates the human relationship with Antarctica creates a specific historical irony whose full dimensions are rarely acknowledged in the specific literature that celebrates the continent's current status as a zone of scientific cooperation and environmental protection. The specific scale of the Antarctic whaling industry's impact on the Southern Ocean's whale populations is difficult to exaggerate. Between the establishment of the first Antarctic shore-based whaling station at Grytviken on South Georgia Island in 1904 and the practical collapse of the industry in the 1960s and 1970s, approximately 1.3 million whales were killed in Antarctic waters, including an estimated 360,000 blue whales, the largest animals that have ever lived on Earth. whose particular populations were reduced from an estimated pre-whaling level of 200,000 to 250,000 individuals to the specific few hundred individuals that remained when the International Whaling Commission's moratorium on commercial whaling took effect. The specific blue whale population of the Southern Ocean has not recovered to anything approaching its pre-exploitation level in the 6 decades since the moratorium. Its specific slow reproductive rate, females reaching sexual maturity at approximately 10 years of age and producing a single calf after an 11-month gestation period, making the recovery of the specific depleted population an extremely slow process whose particular timeline, in the specific most optimistic projections, extends to centuries rather than decades. Fact 23. The aurora australis, light in the Antarctic sky. The aurora australis, the specific atmospheric light display produced in the southern polar regions by the particular interaction between the solar wind, the Earth's magnetic field, and the specific molecules of the upper atmosphere, and whose particular character as the southern equivalent of the more familiar Northern Lights aurora borealis differs from its northern counterpart primarily in its geographic remoteness. The specific Antarctic locations, where it is most reliably observed, being far less accessible than the specific Arctic locations, where the aurora borealis draws tourists in large numbers, is one of the most spectacular and most scientifically significant of all the specific atmospheric phenomena that Antarctica produces. Its particular visual character ranging from the specific faint greenish glow of a modest display to the specific full multicolored curtains, arcs, and rays of an intense auroral storm, whose particular illumination of the Antarctic night can be bright enough to read by and whose specific colors, the characteristic green of excited oxygen atoms at lower altitudes, the specific red of oxygen at higher altitudes, and the specific violet and blue of excited nitrogen, are produced by the specific collisions of energetic particles from the solar wind with the specific atmospheric molecules, whose particular excitation by those collisions generates the specific photons of specific wavelengths that the human eye perceives as the aurora's characteristic colors. The specific scientific importance of the aurora australis for the understanding of the Earth's magnetosphere and its specific interaction with the solar wind makes Antarctica one of the primary locations for the specific scientific study of space weather, the particular phenomena produced by variations in the solar wind, whose specific effects on the Earth's magnetic environment have direct practical consequences for the specific operation of communication satellites, power grids, and GPS navigation systems, whose particular vulnerability to specific severe geomagnetic storms has made the specific monitoring and prediction of space weather one of the specific operational priorities of the major space agencies. The specific unique advantage of Antarctica for auroral science is the particular ability to observe both the aurora australis from the ground and its specific magnetic conjugate, the corresponding auroral display in the northern hemisphere, simultaneously, allowing the specific investigators to study the specific coupled dynamics of the two hemispheres' auroral systems in ways that are impossible from any other observing geometry. Fact 24. Roald Amundsen, the perfect polar explorer. Roald Amundsen, the Norwegian explorer born in 1872 in Borge near Oslo, whose particular career as a polar explorer encompassed the specific first navigation of the Northwest Passage between 1903 and 1906, the specific first attainment of the geographic South Pole on December 14, 1911, and the specific first undisputed crossing of the North Pole by air in 1926, making him the specific first person in history to reach both geographic poles and the particular individual, whose specific record of polar achievement has never been matched by any subsequent explorer, is the specific figure in the entire history of Antarctic exploration, whose particular reputation for effective, methodical, pragmatic polar operation provides the clearest available model of what successful exploration in extreme environments actually requires, and whose specific contrast with the specific romantic tradition of heroic failure represented by Scott's polar tragedy illuminates the particular difference between the approach to extreme environment exploration that produces specific success and the specific approach whose particular combination of national pride, institutional rigidity, and romantic idealism produces specific magnificent failure. Amundsen's specific approach to the South Pole expedition was characterized above all by the particular thoroughness of his preparation and the specific flexibility of his method. He chose the specific Bay of Whales as his starting point, rather than the specific McMurdo Sound from which the British expeditions had always operated, gaining approximately 1 degree of latitude, approximately 60 nautical miles, over Scott's starting point. He used a dog sledge transportation system whose specific efficiency and specific adaptability to Antarctic conditions he had studied specifically for the polar journey, selecting the specific number of dogs, the specific size of the depot supplies, and the specific route through the specific Queen Maud Mountains with a care and specificity of calculation whose particular outcome. The specific team reaching the pole and returning to the base without a single human fatality, and with sufficient energy remaining to be specific cause for confident celebration rather than desperate relief, validated every specific decision he had made. Fact 25. The Antarctic meteorite fields, gifts from space. The Antarctic meteorite fields, the specific concentrations of extraterrestrial rocks recovered from the ice surface of Antarctica. Above all from the specific blue ice areas of the transantarctic mountains, where the specific dynamics of ice flow concentrate meteorites that have fallen over vast areas of the ice sheet into specific small collection areas, whose particular accessibility and specific visual contrast between the dark meteorites and the pale blue ice surface makes them among the most productive meteorite collection sites on Earth. Represent one of the most unexpected and most scientifically consequential specific discoveries in the history of Antarctic science. Their particular contribution to the specific understanding of the solar system's formation history and the specific chemistry of the early solar system, having transformed the field of meteoritics in ways whose particular scope was not anticipated when the first systematic collection of Antarctic meteorites began in the 1970s. The specific reason that Antarctica is so productive as a meteorite collection site involves the particular dynamics of the Antarctic ice sheet, whose specific behavior concentrates meteorites that have fallen over large areas of the ice sheet into the specific blue ice areas where they become accessible for collection. Meteorites that fall onto the Antarctic ice sheet are buried by subsequent snowfall and entrained in the specific ice flow that carries them toward the margins of the continent, but in specific locations where the specific katabatic winds erode the ice surface faster than new snow is deposited, and where specific mountains or other features block the outward flow of ice, the specific upwelling of the ice brings the buried meteorites back to the surface, concentrating them in the specific blue ice areas that form the specific collection sites. More than 45,000 individual meteorite specimens have been recovered from Antarctica since the first Japanese discovery of meteorite concentrations in the Yamato Mountains in 1969. And the specific scientific importance of this collection extends from the specific ordinary chondrites that record the specific chemistry of the early solar system to the specific lunar and Martian meteorites, whose particular presence in the Antarctic collection has provided direct samples of bodies that no robotic mission had yet visited. Fact 26. Living in Antarctica, human physiology at the extreme. The specific physiological challenges of human existence in the Antarctic environment, the particular adaptations, impairments, and risks that the specific combination of extreme cold, extreme altitude, extreme photoperiod, and extreme isolation impose on the specific human body and the specific human mind constitute one of the most extensively studied aspects of Antarctic science. The particular interest of the polar medical community in the specific physiological responses of Antarctic winterover personnel to the specific conditions of months-long isolation, in conditions of extreme cold and extended polar darkness, having produced a body of knowledge whose particular applications extend from the specific design of Antarctic station facilities to the specific preparation of astronaut crews for long-duration space missions whose particular psychological and physiological challenges closely parallel those of Antarctic winterover duty. The specific most immediate physiological challenge of the Antarctic environment is cold, the particular thermoregulatory demand of maintaining the specific human core temperature of approximately 37 degrees Celsius in an environment where the ambient temperature may be 60 or 70 degrees lower, creating a specific thermal gradient between body and environment that the specific layered clothing systems of modern cold weather gear are designed to manage, but that remains the specific primary physiological challenge, whose specific failure, hypothermia, represents the specific most immediate life-threatening risk in the Antarctic outdoor environment. The specific altitude of the Antarctic interior, the particular elevation of approximately 2,835 meters at the South Pole, and up to approximately 4,000 meters at the highest points of the East Antarctic Plateau, creates the specific challenge of high-altitude physiology, including the specific reduction in oxygen availability, whose particular consequence for arriving personnel is the specific acclimatization process that produces headache, fatigue, and reduced cognitive performance in the first days at altitude, and whose specific longer-term consequence is the particular polycythemia, the specific increase in red blood cell production, that characterizes the specific adaptation of long-duration personnel to the specific altitude of the polar plateau. Fact 27. The Ross Ice Shelf, the Great Barrier. The Ross Ice Shelf, the specific floating ice platform of approximately 487,000 square kilometers, anchored to the specific West Antarctic coast and projecting into the Ross Sea. The largest ice shelf on Earth, whose specific dimensions are approximately the size of France, and whose particular front wall of ice, rising 50 to 60 meters above the sea surface, created the specific barrier that stopped the specific southward progress of the first Antarctic explorers who approached from the Pacific sector. Giving it the particular name the Great Barrier in the specific accounts of the early expeditions, and establishing it as the specific geographic feature that defined the southern boundary of the navigable Ross Sea, is one of the most important specific components of the Antarctic ice system for the specific understanding of how the West Antarctic ice sheet might respond to continued warming. Its particular role as the specific floating extension of the ice sheet, through whose specific grounding zone the specific inland glaciers discharge their specific ice into the ocean, making it the specific buffer whose particular stability or specific destabilization will determine the specific rate at which the West Antarctic ice sheet contributes to global sea level rise in the coming centuries. The specific history of human exploration of the Ross Ice Shelf begins with the specific voyage of James Clark Ross in 1841, whose particular discovery of the barrier in the specific ships HMS Erebus and HMS Terror created the specific foundational geographic knowledge on which every subsequent Antarctic expedition from the Pacific sector was based. The specific barrier's stable front providing the specific safe anchorage of the Bay of Whales, from which both Amundsen's and Scott's polar expeditions departed in 1911. The specific scientific monitoring of the Ross Ice Shelf's behavior, the particular measurement of its specific thickness, its specific flow velocities, and the specific temperatures of the ocean water circulating beneath it, is among the highest priorities of the current Antarctic research program, whose particular understanding of the specific processes through which the shelf might thin, retreat, or eventually collapse is essential for the specific projections of sea level rise that inform the specific coastal planning and specific adaptation decisions of coastal communities around the world. Fact 28. The Transantarctic Mountains, the spine of a continent. The Transantarctic Mountains, the specific mountain range that extends approximately 3,500 kilometers across the Antarctic continent from northern Victoria Land to the Ross Ice Shelf, dividing Antarctica into the geologically distinct east and west sectors, and rising to maximum elevations of approximately 4,500 meters above sea level in its highest peaks. With the specific Mount Kirkpatrick reaching 4,528 meters as the highest peak in the range, constitute the specific most dramatic topographic feature of the Antarctic continent and the particular geographic barrier whose crossing required the specific heroic efforts of the pole-seeking expeditions of the heroic era. The specific routes through the Queen Maud Mountains, discovered by Shackleton's Nimrod expedition in 1908, and subsequently used by both Amundsen and Scott, being the particular passages whose identification transformed the specific challenge of reaching the South Pole from an open problem of exploration to a specific logistical challenge of execution. The specific geological history of the Transantarctic Mountains reflects the broader tectonic history of the Antarctic continent, whose particular position as part of the ancient supercontinent Gondwana before its specific breakup, beginning approximately 180 million years ago, is recorded in the specific rock sequences exposed in the mountain's specific sedimentary formations. The specific most remarkable geological feature of the Transantarctic Mountains from the perspective of paleontology is the particular presence of coal seams and fossil wood in specific sedimentary rocks that were deposited during the Permian period, approximately 250 million years ago, when Antarctica was part of Gondwana and its specific geographic position, while already in the high southern latitudes, was part of a continuous landmass rather than an isolated polar continent, creating the specific warmer, wetter conditions in which the specific forests whose specific remains are now preserved as the specific coal seams of the Transantarctic Mountains grew and flourished in a world whose specific climate was radically different from the specific frozen desert of the present. Fact 29. Antarctic tourism, the last frontier opens to visitors. Antarctic tourism, the specific industry that has brought increasing numbers of non-scientific visitors to the Antarctic region, since the first organized tourist voyage in 1966, and whose particular growth from a few hundred visitors per year in the 1970s to more than 74,000 visitors in the 2019 to 2020 season before the specific disruption of the COVID-19 pandemic temporarily reduced numbers. Creating a specific industry whose particular geographic concentration on the Antarctic Peninsula and subantarctic islands reflects the specific accessibility of these areas from the specific southern ports of South America, and whose specific environmental implications are the subject of ongoing debate between the specific tourism industry, the specific Antarctic treaty parties, and the specific scientific community, is the fastest growing human activity in Antarctica and the particular form of engagement with the continent that has introduced the specific experience of Antarctic landscape, Antarctic wildlife, and Antarctic extremity to the largest number of individual people in the shortest period of time in the entire history of human interaction with the continent. The specific character of Antarctic tourism reflects the specific geographic constraints of the continent and its specific surrounding ocean. The overwhelming majority of Antarctic visitors arrive by ship, and the specific concentration of tourist activity on the Antarctic Peninsula and the specific subantarctic islands of South Georgia and the Falkland Islands reflects the specific fact that these are the only parts of the Antarctic region that are accessible by the specific passenger vessels, whose particular combination of ice-strengthened hulls and passenger amenities defines the specific Antarctic tourist fleet. The specific environmental concerns associated with Antarctic tourism include the particular risk of introducing non-native species through contaminated footwear or clothing, the specific disturbance of wildlife colonies by visitor presence, the specific risk of fuel spills from the specific vessels, whose particular operation in the specific ice-strewn waters of the Antarctic Peninsula creates finite but real probabilities of grounding or collision, and the specific broader question of whether the specific growth of the industry creates specific political pressures for the specific commercial development of Antarctic resources that the specific Antarctic treaty system was designed to prevent. Facts 30. Antarctica at 30, halfway to the pole. 30 facts into the story of Antarctica and the full complexity of the place, the particular way in which the world's most remote and most extreme continent is simultaneously the world's most important climate archive, the world's most significant glaciological system, the world's last major wilderness, and the world's most diplomatically unique territory has come fully into view. We have watched the Larsen B ice shelf, a platform of ice that had existed since before the end of the last ice age, disintegrate into icebergs in 35 days in 2002, understanding that the specific warming of the Antarctic Peninsula has made it one of the fastest changing places on the surface of the Earth. We have descended beneath the ice sheet to find liquid water in Lake Vostok that may have been isolated from the surface world for 30 million years, holding the specific question of whether life persists in that dark, cold, ancient water, whose answer would transform the specific understanding of biology's limits. We have walked with Douglas Mawson across 160 kilometers of Antarctic plateau, with his skin peeling from his body, understanding that the specific story of Antarctic exploration is not primarily a story of triumph, but of the specific character that the specific environment demands of the specific people it encounters. 70 facts remain. They will carry us deeper into the Antarctic story, through the specific science, the specific wildlife, the specific geopolitics, and the specific human experience of the last continent. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 31. The midnight sun and polar night, the Antarctic year. Specific annual cycle of light and darkness that governs life at Antarctic latitudes. The particular alternation between the continuous daylight of the Antarctic summer, when the sun circles the sky without setting for weeks or months depending on the specific latitude, and the continuous darkness of the Antarctic winter, when the sun remains below the horizon for the same extended period, and the specific polar night creates a darkness interrupted only by the specific light of stars, moon. And aurora is the single most psychologically consequential feature of the Antarctic environment for the specific human beings who live and work there. Its particular disruption of the circadian rhythms, whose specific regulation by the daily light-dark cycle governs the sleep-wake cycles, the hormone production, the mood regulation, and the cognitive function of the human organism, creating the specific cluster of psychological and physiological challenges that Antarctic winter-over personnel experience, and that the specific polar psychology research program has studied systematically since the establishment of the first year-round Antarctic stations in the 1950s. The specific experience of the Antarctic polar night, the particular months of continuous darkness at stations, located at or near the geographic South Pole, where the sun sets at the autumnal equinox in March and does not rise again until the vernal equinox in September, creating a period of approximately 6 months of darkness, broken only by the specific twilight around noon on the days closest to the equinoxes. Is qualitatively different from the experience of darkness in any other environment. The particular absence of any natural light cue, removing the specific environmental signal that the human circadian system depends on for the specific synchronization of its approximately 24-hour internal clock to the specific 24-hour cycle of the external world. The specific psychological phenomenon known as the winter-over syndrome, the particular cluster of behavioral and psychological changes including social withdrawal, cognitive slowing, irritability, sleep disturbance, and a specific phenomenon called the three-quarter syndrome in which morale and cognitive performance decline most severely not at midwinter, but at approximately the three-quarter point of the winter isolation when the specific end is visible but still distant, has been documented in Antarctic winter-over personnel since the first systematic psychological monitoring of these specific populations began. Fact 32. The Weddell Sea, Antarctica's most dangerous water. The Weddell Sea, the specific body of water forming the large embayment between the Antarctic Peninsula to the west and Coates Land and Queen Maud Land to the east, whose particular oceanographic properties make it the specific location where the densest water mass in the global ocean, Antarctic bottom water, is formed through the specific process of brine rejection during sea ice formation, and whose specific pack ice conditions, notoriously the most severe of any Antarctic coastal sea. The specific combination of multi-year ice, strong convergent currents, and the specific enclosed geometry of the embayment creating conditions of ice entrapment that have claimed more ships than any other Antarctic water body, is the specific body of water whose particular combination of oceanographic significance and navigational hazard makes it simultaneously the most scientifically important and the most operationally dangerous sea in the entire Antarctic region. The specific oceanographic importance of the Weddell Sea derives from its particular role in the global thermohaline circulation, the specific process of Antarctic bottom water formation that occurs along the Weddell Sea shelf when the specific sea ice formation in winter rejects brine into the underlying water, increasing its salinity, and therefore its density to the point where it sinks to the ocean floor and spreads northward as the coldest, densest water mass in the global ocean, eventually filling the deep basins of the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans in a slow ventilation process whose particular timescale is measured in centuries, and whose specific role in the global carbon cycle, carrying dissolved carbon dioxide from the surface into the deep ocean, where it is isolated from the atmosphere, makes it one of the most important specific processes in the regulation of atmospheric carbon dioxide on century and millennium timescales. The specific navigational dangers of the Weddell Sea pack ice were most dramatically demonstrated by the fate of Shackleton's Endurance, whose particular entrapment and crushing by the Weddell Sea pack ice in 1915 remains the most famous ship loss in the history of Antarctic exploration. But the general pattern of Weddell Sea ship losses extends from the earliest whaling era through the present. The specific convergence of Weddell Sea currents, creating the particular ice conditions that have destroyed or endangered more vessels than any comparable area of ocean on Earth. Facts 33. Antarctic fish, antifreeze in the blood. The fish of the Southern Ocean, the specific assemblage of approximately 270 species, adapted to the particular extreme cold of Antarctic waters, whose specific temperature, remaining near or below the freezing point of fresh water throughout the year and reaching as low as -1.9 degrees Celsius, would kill virtually every fish from any other ocean within minutes. Represent one of the most remarkable and most thoroughly studied examples of evolutionary adaptation to extreme environmental conditions in the entire animal kingdom. Their particular biochemical, physiological, and behavioral specializations for life in near-freezing water, providing both a specific model system for the study of evolutionary adaptation and a specific set of biological discoveries whose potential applications in medicine, food preservation, and biotechnology have attracted substantial research investment beyond the specific academic interest of Antarctic biology. The most celebrated specific biochemical adaptation of Antarctic fish is the antifreeze glycoprotein system, discovered in Antarctic notothenoid fishes by the American biochemist Arthur de Vries in the 1960s. The particular class of proteins whose specific mechanism of action, the binding to ice crystal surfaces in a way that prevents their growth without lowering the freezing point of the blood in the conventional thermodynamic sense, constitutes a biological solution to the specific problem of living in water that would otherwise cause the specific fish's blood to freeze, that has no equivalent in any other group of vertebrates whose blood chemistry has been studied. The specific notothenoid fishes, the dominant group of Antarctic fish, whose particular evolutionary radiation following the specific isolation of Antarctica approximately 34 million years ago, has produced the specific diversity of species that now occupy the majority of Antarctic fish niches, are further distinguished by the specific loss of hemoglobin in the icefish family Chanishtheidae. The only vertebrates in the world whose blood contains no red blood cells and no hemoglobin, relying instead on the specific very high oxygen solubility of cold water and specific increases in blood volume, cardiac output, and gill surface area to supply their tissues with sufficient oxygen without the specific oxygen-carrying proteins that every other vertebrate on Earth possesses. Fact 34. The geopolitics of Antarctica. 7 overlapping claims. The specific territorial claims on Antarctica, the particular assertions of sovereignty over specific sectors of the continent made by 7 nations whose particular claims, based on the specific combination of geographic proximity, historic discovery, and continuous presence that the claimant states have invoked in support of their specific territorial assertions, collectively cover the entire Antarctic continent in overlapping and mutually contradictory ways that the Antarctic Treaty of 1959 simultaneously froze and refused to resolve, constitute the most complex and most diplomatically sensitive territorial dispute on the surface of the Earth, whose particular management through the specific mechanisms of the Antarctic Treaty System has been remarkably successful in preventing the specific conflicts that the specific overlapping claims would otherwise generate, while failing to create the specific legal clarity about sovereignty that the claimant states have consistently sought and the non-claimant states have consistently refused to provide. The 7 claimant states, Argentina, Australia, Chile, France, New Zealand, Norway, and the United Kingdom, based their specific claims on different specific legal theories, whose particular arguments reflect the specific historical circumstances of each nation's engagement with Antarctica. The specific British claim, the oldest, rests primarily on the specific historic discoveries of British explorers and the specific continuous administrative presence in the Falkland Islands dependencies from which the British Antarctic Territory was subsequently derived. The specific Chilean and Argentine claims overlap substantially with each other and with the British claim in the sector of the Antarctic Peninsula, creating the specific area of maximum territorial tension, whose particular management through the specific mechanisms of the Antarctic Treaty has been complicated by the specific decision of both Argentina and Chile to establish permanent year-round stations on the Antarctic Peninsula, and by the specific Argentinian and Chilean decisions to encourage the birth of children at their Antarctic stations, the particular first births on the Antarctic continent. Emilio Marcos Palma, born at the Argentine Esperanza station in January 1978, and Juan Pablo Camacho, born at the Chilean Frey station in November 1984, as specific acts of territorial consolidation, whose particular legal significance the Antarctic Treaty's specific Article IV, freezing all territorial claims, was designed to prevent from generating binding precedents. Fact 35. The life in Antarctic ice, extremophils at the limit. The specific microbial life that exists within the Antarctic ice itself, the particular communities of bacteria, archaea, algae, and other microorganisms that inhabit the specific ice crystal boundaries, the specific liquid brine channels, and the specific sediment inclusions of the sea ice and the glacier ice, whose particular existence in one of the most extreme physical environments on Earth has made them among the most thoroughly studied of all extremophile communities, and whose specific biochemical adaptations for survival in conditions of extreme cold, extreme salinity, extreme darkness, and extreme nutrient limitation have produced some of the most remarkable biological discoveries of the modern era, represent the specific living demonstration that the biological capacity to survive in apparently hostile environments far exceeds what the specific common sense extrapolation from the conditions of familiar life would suggest, and whose particular implications for the specific question of whether life might exist in similarly extreme environments on other solar system bodies have made them a primary focus of the specific astrobiology research program. Sea ice, the specific frozen surface layer of the Southern Ocean that forms each autumn and melts each spring, reaching a maximum extent of approximately 18 million square kilometers in winter and retreating to approximately 3 million square kilometers in summer, is not biologically dead, but is inhabited by a specific and highly productive community of organisms. Above all, the specific sea ice algae, whose particular photosynthesis in the specific brine channels that thread through the ice matrix at the lower ice surface, creates the specific concentrated biological productivity that supports the specific krill populations whose winter survival depends on grazing the specific algal films on the underside of the sea ice. The specific cold-adapted enzymes that Antarctic microorganisms produce, whose particular ability to catalyze biochemical reactions efficiently at temperatures close to 0 degrees Celsius, in contrast to the specific enzymes of temperate organisms that function optimally at temperatures near 37 degrees Celsius, have attracted substantial biotechnology interest, their specific potential applications in cold water detergents, food processing, and diagnostic reagents, representing a specific economic dimension of Antarctic biological research, whose particular magnitude justifies significant research investment beyond the purely academic interest of understanding life at the extreme. Fact 36, the International Geophysical Year, when science united the poles. The International Geophysical Year of 1957 to 1958, the specific 18-month international scientific program involving 67 nations in a coordinated program of geophysical research spanning both polar regions, the oceans, the atmosphere, and the ionosphere, and whose particular Antarctic component established 12 permanent research stations on the continent, including the specific United States Amundsen and Scott South Pole Station at the geographic South Pole, and the specific Soviet Vostok Station on the East Antarctic Plateau, creating for the first time the specific network of year-round scientific observations that transformed Antarctic science from the specific episodic activity of exploration expeditions into the specific continuous monitoring program, whose particular products include the specific climate, atmospheric, and glaciological data sets that are now among the most valuable in the entire Earth sciences, was both the founding moment of the modern Antarctic science program and the specific political catalyst that made the Antarctic Treaty of 1959 possible. The particular spirit of international scientific cooperation that the IGY generated, providing the specific framework within which the 12 participating nations were able to negotiate the specific terms of an agreement whose particular importance for the management of the continent far exceeded what any of its specific architects had originally anticipated. The specific decision to establish the Amundsen and Scott South Pole Station at the geographic South Pole was itself one of the most ambitious specific logistics operations in the history of polar science. The particular construction of a permanent station at a location whose specific altitude, specific extreme cold, and specific distance from the Ross Sea coast combined to make the supply operation entirely dependent on the specific air transport capability that the US Navy's Operation Deep Freeze developed specifically for the purpose, creating in the specific airlift to the South Pole the foundation of the specific logistical system that continues to supply the Amundsen and Scott Station to this day. Fact 37, icebergs, mountains of ice. The icebergs of the Southern Ocean, the specific masses of freshwater ice that carve from the Antarctic ice shelves and glaciers and drift northward in the Antarctic circumpolar current, whose particular diversity of form, whose specific range of size from the small growlers barely visible above the water surface to the specific tabular borgs of the Ross and Ron ice shelves, whose flat tops, vertical sides, and dimensions measured in hundreds of kilometers make them the largest free-floating objects on Earth, and whose particular distribution through the Southern Ocean and occasionally into the subantarctic waters creates the specific navigation hazard that has made the South Atlantic and Southern Ocean among the most dangerous sea routes on Earth for shipping, are among the most visually spectacular and most physically imposing natural phenomena in the Antarctic environment. Their specific character as floating repositories of ancient ice, whose particular age may reach tens of thousands of years before calving, and whose specific meltwater, as they drift northward into warmer waters, contributes both fresh water and the specific iron-rich dust they contain to the Southern Ocean's nutrient budget in ways whose particular ecological significance for the ocean's biological productivity is an active area of current research. The specific most remarkable individual iceberg in the recorded history of Antarctic glaciology was the tabular borg designated B15, which carved from the Ross Ice Shelf in March 2000 with specific dimensions of approximately 295 kilometers by 37 kilometers and a specific area of approximately 11,000 square kilometers, larger than the island of Jamaica, making it the largest iceberg ever recorded by satellite observation. Specific subsequent fragmentation of B15 into progressively smaller pieces over the following years, tracked by satellite imagery, as the individual fragments drifted northward in the Ross Sea and eventually into the Southern Ocean. created a specific archive of iceberg dynamics, whose particular scientific value for the understanding of iceberg decay processes has contributed to the specific models of iceberg melt used in projections of the Southern Ocean's future freshwater budget. Fact 38. The penguin species of Antarctica, diversity on the ice. The penguins of Antarctica and the subantarctic islands, the specific assemblage of species whose particular distribution across the Antarctic and subantarctic regions creates the specific pattern of ecological partitioning, whereby different penguin species occupy different specific feeding niches, different specific breeding habitats, and different specific latitude ranges, in a way that minimizes the specific competition between species whose similar body plans and similar feeding behaviors would otherwise produce, constitute the specific most iconic element of the Antarctic wildlife fauna, whose particular charismatic appeal has made penguins the effective symbol of Antarctic science and Antarctic conservation in the specific popular imagination. The Antarctic region supports 5 regularly breeding penguin species whose specific biology, specific breeding ecology, and specific conservation status vary considerably. The emperor penguin, whose particular winter breeding biology was described in an earlier fact, breeds on specific sea ice platforms around the Antarctic coast and is uniquely dependent on the specific stability of fast ice, sea ice that remains attached to the coast during its specific breeding season. The Adelie penguin, the specific most southerly distributed of all the penguin species, breeding on specific rocky ice-free coastal sites around the entire Antarctic continent in some of the largest colonial aggregations of any bird species on Earth, is the specific penguin whose particular dependence on sea ice for its winter foraging makes it one of the specific indicator species most closely monitored for the specific impacts of Antarctic climate change. The chinstrap and gentoo penguins of the Antarctic Peninsula have shown dramatically different specific population trends in the specific period of rapid warming that the peninsula has experienced since the 1970s. The specific chinstrap and Adelie populations declining sharply as the specific reduction in sea ice extent reduces the specific winter krill availability on which they depend, while the specific gentoo population has increased dramatically as the specific warming conditions create the specific open water foraging conditions that favor their specific feeding ecology. The specific divergence of these specific population trends providing one of the most direct available biological signals of the specific ecological transformation that the specific rapid warming of the Antarctic Peninsula is producing. Fact 39. Deep ice drilling, reading the Earth's climate history. The specific science of deep ice core drilling in Antarctica, the particular technique of extracting cylindrical samples of ice from the Antarctic ice sheet by driving a specific drill tube progressively deeper into the ice, recovering specific ice cores whose particular physical and chemical properties encode a continuous record of the specific atmospheric and climate conditions that existed at the time the snow that formed each specific layer was deposited, has produced the most comprehensive and most directly accessible archive of the Earth's recent climate history available to science. Its specific findings about the specific concentrations of greenhouse gases, the specific temperatures, the specific atmospheric dust loading, and the specific volcanic activity of the past 800,000 years, having transformed the specific understanding of how the Earth's climate system operates and what it is capable of doing under conditions of changing atmospheric composition. The specific most important Antarctic ice core drilling project in the history of the discipline was the Russian deep drilling program at Vostok Station, which between 1970 and 1998 extracted a specific ice core of approximately 3,623 meters, whose particular bottom layers are estimated to have been deposited approximately 420,000 years ago, extending the continuous Antarctic climate record through 4 complete glacial-interglacial cycles, and producing the specific discovery, announced in a landmark 1999 paper in the journal Nature, that atmospheric carbon dioxide and Antarctic temperature had varied in close lockstep throughout the specific 420,000-year record, with specific carbon dioxide concentrations ranging from approximately 180 parts per million during glacial maxima to approximately 280 to 300 parts per million during interglacial periods, establishing with unprecedented directness the specific coupling between greenhouse gas concentrations and global temperature that is the foundation of the specific understanding of how anthropogenic carbon dioxide emissions are driving the current episode of global warming. Fact 40. Antarctica at 40, the continent speaks. 40 facts into the story of Antarctica and the specific voice of the continent, the the particular way in which the specific evidence preserved in its ice, its subglacial rocks, its isolated biological communities, and its extreme physical environment speaks to the specific most important questions facing the specific contemporary world, has become impossible to ignore. We have read 420,000 years of climate history in the specific ice cores of Vostok, and understood that the specific concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere today is higher than at any point in that entire archive. That the specific lockstep relationship between greenhouse gas concentration and global temperature, documented in every specific glacial interglacial cycle of the past 420,000 years, is the specific most powerful available evidence for what the specific continued increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide will produce. We have watched the specific Larsen B ice shelf collapse in 35 days and understood that the specific stability of the Antarctic ice system is not guaranteed, that the specific tipping points whose crossing produces irreversible ice loss may be closer than the specific comfortable assumptions of the specific recent past had allowed. And we have understood that the specific continent which no human being ever called home, which no civilization ever built upon, which the specific entirety of human history had managed to ignore until the specific year 1820, is now the specific most important piece of real estate on Earth for the specific understanding of where the specific world is going. 60 facts remain. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 41. The Thwaites Glacier, the Doomsday Glacier. The Thwaites Glacier, the specific West Antarctic glacier of approximately 192,000 square kilometers, whose particular combination of enormous size, rapid current acceleration, and specific vulnerability to the marine ice sheet instability mechanisms that make its potential collapse the single most consequential glaciological event of the coming century, has earned it the informal designation the Doomsday Glacier in the popular science press, and whose specific behavior has become the single most closely monitored glaciological phenomenon on Earth, as the international scientific community has invested extraordinary resources in the specific task of understanding whether, and when its specific collapse might become irreversible, contains sufficient ice to raise global sea levels by approximately 65 centimeters if it were to drain entirely into the ocean, and sits upstream of additional West Antarctic ice, whose potential destabilization by Thwaites' retreat could produce an additional 3 meters of sea level rise, making the specific fate of this specific glacier the single most consequential specific glaciological question for the specific planning of coastal infrastructure and specific adaptation of coastal communities around the world. The specific mechanism of Thwaites' vulnerability involves the particular marine ice sheet instability process, whose theoretical basis was established by the glaciologists Johannes Weertman and John Mercer in the 1970s, and whose specific application to the West Antarctic ice sheet has been progressively confirmed by the specific observational and modeling evidence of the intervening decades. The specific bedrock on which Thwaites rests slopes downward toward the interior of the continent, the particular retrograde bed slope that means that as the specific grounding line, the point where the glacier lifts off the bedrock and begins to float, retreats inland under the specific influence of warm ocean water melting the glacier's base, it encounters progressively deeper bedrock and progressively thicker ice, creating the specific positive feedback in which each increment of retreat exposes a longer ice cliff to the specific carving forces that drive further retreat. The specific international research program, the International Thwaites Glacier Collaboration, launched in 2018 as a joint US-UK scientific initiative, whose particular deployment of autonomous submarines, ocean moorings, GPS receivers, and airborne geophysical surveys around and beneath Thwaites represents the most ambitious single glaciological field campaign in the history of Antarctic science, has produced specific findings about the specific rate of warm water intrusion beneath the glacier, the specific geometry of the subglacial drainage system, and the specific history of past glacier retreat preserved in the seafloor sediments downstream of the current grounding line that have made the specific scientific understanding of Thwaites' dynamics substantially more detailed than it was at the program's inception, while simultaneously reinforcing the specific urgency of the question, whose specific answer the program was designed to provide. Fact 42. The Antarctic meteorology, storms that define the extreme. The specific meteorological phenomena of Antarctica, the particular weather systems, specific wind patterns, specific precipitation regimes, and specific atmospheric dynamics that collectively produce the most extreme weather environment on the surface of the Earth, are simultaneously among the most scientifically important atmospheric phenomena for the understanding of the global climate system, and among the most operationally significant hazards that the specific human activities conducted in Antarctica must manage, the particular combination of the katabatic winds descending from the polar plateau, the specific cyclonic systems of the Southern Ocean, and the specific blizzard conditions that can reduce visibility to zero within minutes, creating a meteorological environment whose specific unpredictability and specific severity have been directly responsible for a significant proportion of the specific accidents and fatalities that have occurred in the course of Antarctic operations since the beginning of the heroic era. The katabatic wind, whose specific mechanism, the gravity-driven drainage of cold, dense air from the elevated interior plateau down the specific slope of the ice sheet to the coastal margins, was introduced in an earlier fact, is the most characteristic and most dangerous specific meteorological feature of the Antarctic coastal environment, its particular ability to descend from calm conditions to hurricane-force winds in a matter of minutes. Without the specific warning signs that meteorological experience in other environments might suggest, creating the specific operational hazard that has killed more Antarctic field workers than any other single cause. The specific record wind speed measured in Antarctica, a gust of approximately 327 kilometers per hour, recorded at the French Dumont d'Urville station on the George V coast in July 1972, represents the extreme of the specific distribution of katabatic wind intensities that makes the coastal margins of Antarctica the windiest inhabited locations on Earth. The specific combination of the particular geographic funneling effects of the coastal topography and the specific strength of the temperature gradient between the polar plateau and the coastal margins, creating the particular local wind acceleration that produces the most extreme wind events in the specific locations where the specific topographic and thermal conditions are most favorable. Fact 43. The McMurdo Station, America's Antarctic City. McMurdo Station, the specific United States Antarctic Research Station, established in 1956 on the specific volcanic rock of Hut Point Peninsula on Ross Island, adjacent to the specific site of Robert Falcon Scott's Discovery Hut of 1902, and whose particular development over the following 7 decades from a specific collection of prefabricated buildings into the specific largest research station in Antarctica. Currently housing approximately 850 personnel at peak summer capacity and providing the specific logistics hub for the entire United States Antarctic program, is simultaneously the specific physical center of the American scientific presence in Antarctica, the specific operational base from which the specific majority of U.S. field science in the Antarctic interior is supported, and the specific most elaborately developed human settlement on the continent, whose particular infrastructure of dormitories, laboratories, cafeteria, gymnasium, post office, and retail shop creates the specific experience of a small American town transplanted to one of the most remote corners of the Earth. The specific logistics function of McMurdo Station, its particular role as the primary transit point through which all personnel and cargo entering the U.S. Antarctic program must pass, the specific hub of the airlift operations that supply both McMurdo itself and the South Pole Station, and the specific home port of the icebreakers, whose particular task of maintaining the channel through the McMurdo Sound sea ice that allows the annual resupply vessel to reach the station, constitutes one of the most significant annual logistics operations in the Antarctic. Makes it a specific example of the particular intersection between ambitious scientific objectives and the specific material and logistical demands of sustaining human activity in extreme environments whose particular management requires capabilities comparable to those of a small military operation. The specific environmental impact of McMurdo Station on its immediate surroundings, the particular legacy of decades of waste disposal practices that were standard in the specific era before the specific Protocol on Environmental Protection to the Antarctic Treaty, signed in 1991, established the specific requirement for the retrograde of all waste from the continent, has been extensively studied and extensively remediated. The specific ongoing cleanup of the specific legacy contamination at McMurdo, representing one of the most complex environmental remediation projects ever undertaken in an extreme environment. Fact 44. The Antarctic Circumpolar Current, the ocean engine. The Antarctic Circumpolar Current, the specific ocean current that flows continuously eastward around the Antarctic continent, driven by the specific westerly winds of the Southern Ocean, carrying approximately 134 million cubic meters of water per second in an unobstructed circumpolar circuit, whose particular lack of any continental barrier allows it to maintain its specific flow without the specific western boundary intensification, that characterizes the major currents of the other ocean basins, and whose specific vertical extent, reaching from the ocean surface to depths of several thousand meters, and involving a significant proportion of the total volume of the Southern Ocean, makes it the most voluminous ocean current on Earth by any measure of total transport, is the specific oceanographic feature that most fundamentally determines the specific character of the Southern Ocean and the specific role that the Antarctic region plays in the global ocean circulation system. Its particular function as the specific connection between the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Ocean basins, making it the specific conduit through which heat, carbon, and nutrients are exchanged between ocean basins in the specific patterns that govern the Earth's long-term climate. The specific scientific importance of the Antarctic circumpolar current extends far beyond its simple function as the world's largest ocean current. The particular upwelling that occurs along the Antarctic divergence, where the specific wind-driven surface currents diverge from the Antarctic coast and are replaced by the specific upwelling of deep water, whose particular nutrient richness supports the specific biological productivity of the Southern Ocean, is driven by the specific dynamics of the ACC and represents the specific mechanism through which the deep ocean's accumulated nutrients are returned to the surface in the specific quantities and at the specific rates that sustain the extraordinary productivity of Antarctic waters. The specific response of the ACC to the specific warming and freshening of Antarctic surface waters produced by climate change, the particular question of whether the specific changes in wind patterns, ocean temperature, and freshwater input associated with continued warming will strengthen, weaken, or otherwise alter the specific circulation of the ACC in ways that affect its specific role in the global carbon cycle, is one of the most important and most actively researched questions in the specific physical oceanography of the Southern Ocean. Fact 45. The South Magnetic Pole, the wandering target. The South Magnetic Pole, the specific point on the Earth's surface where the direction of the Earth's magnetic field is vertically downward, toward the center of the Earth, and toward which the south-seeking end of a freely suspended compass needle points, and whose particular location on or near the Antarctic continent has been sought by magnetic explorers since the specific theoretical work of Carl Friedrich Gauss in 1838 established the specific mathematical framework for predicting its approximate position from the specific observations of magnetic inclination available from existing shipping routes, is not a fixed point like the geographic South Pole, but a specific wandering location, whose particular position changes continuously as the dynamic processes in the Earth's molten outer core that generate the geomagnetic field evolve, creating the specific challenge for the explorers of the heroic era who sought it that their target was moving faster than their specific means of transport could consistently track. The specific first attainment of the magnetic pole was claimed by the members of Ernest Shackleton's Nimrod expedition, the particular party of Edgeworth David, Alistair Mackay, and Douglas Mawson, who reached the specific position they calculated to be the South Magnetic Pole on January 16, 1909, after a specific overland journey of approximately 1,260 kilometers from their base at Cape Royds, making this the specific first attainment of either magnetic pole by any expedition, and establishing the specific magnetic pole as a specific scientific objective of Antarctic exploration, distinct from, and in some respects equally challenging, as the geographic pole. The specific current location of the South Magnetic Pole, which has moved approximately 1,100 kilometers from its 1909 position due to the specific secular variation of the geomagnetic field, crossing the Antarctic coast into the Southern Ocean in the 1990s, and currently located approximately 2,700 kilometers from the geographic South Pole, at a position that places it outside the Antarctic continent entirely, illustrates the specific dynamic character of the geomagnetic field, whose particular evolution over geological time, including the specific complete reversals of magnetic polarity recorded in the ancient rock record, is one of the most consequential and least understood aspects of the specific deep Earth dynamics that maintain the field. Fact 46. Antarctic seals, masters of the Southern Ocean. The seals of Antarctica, the specific assemblage of 6 species whose particular adaptation to the specific conditions of the Southern Ocean and the Antarctic sea ice environment has made them the dominant large mammals of the Antarctic marine ecosystem, collectively numbering approximately 50 million individuals, whose particular biomass constitutes the largest concentration of seal species diversity and abundance on Earth, represent one of the specific most successful mammalian radiations in the Antarctic environment, their particular combination of specific physiological adaptations for deep diving, specific behavioral adaptations for sea ice breeding, and specific feeding specializations that allow different species to exploit different components of the Antarctic food web, creating the specific ecological partitioning that allows 6 species to coexist in what might otherwise appear to be a relatively uniform environment. The specific Weddell seal, whose particular distinction as the southernmost naturally occurring mammal on Earth, reflects its specific ability to maintain breathing holes through the sea ice by abrading the ice with its specific teeth, allowing it to remain under the fast ice throughout the Antarctic winter while other species retreat northward, is the most thoroughly studied of the Antarctic seals, its specific diving behavior. Regularly descending to depths exceeding 700 meters and maintaining dives for up to 82 minutes, having been documented in extraordinary detail by the specific Weddell seal research program that has monitored the specific McMurdo Sound Weddell seal population continuously since 1968. Creating the specific longest continuous data set on any Antarctic wildlife population, and one of the most valuable specific demographic records of any large mammal anywhere on Earth. The specific leopard seal, the particular apex predator of the Antarctic marine food web, whose specific hunting behavior, including the particular pursuit of penguins at the ice edge and the specific ambush predation at penguin landing sites, has made it simultaneously one of the most feared and most closely observed of Antarctic animals, is distinguished by a specific combination of reptilian hunting behavior. Extraordinary size reaching up to 3.5 meters in length and 600 kilograms, and the specific acoustic displays whose particular complexity and whose specific haunting quality when heard underwater through the ice have contributed to its specific reputation as one of the most otherworldly animals in the Antarctic environment. Fact 47, the Antarctic ice cores, 800,000 years of climate. The specific ice core record from Antarctica, the particular archive of past atmospheric composition, temperature, volcanic activity, dust loading, and biological productivity, whose specific recovery from the deep drilling programs at Vostok, Dome Sea, and other Antarctic sites has provided the most comprehensive and most directly interpretable record of the Earth's climate over the past 800,000 years available to science, and whose specific findings have been central to the specific development of the quantitative understanding of the Earth's climate system that underpins the specific projections of future climate change on which the specific global policy response to climate change is based, is the specific most scientifically important single data set produced by the entire history of Antarctic scientific investigation, its particular combination of temporal range, temporal resolution, and multi-parameter character, giving it a specific value for climate science that no other natural archive in any other environment can match. The specific EPICA Dome Sea ice core, the particular deep ice core drilled at the European project for ice coring in Antarctica Dome site on the East Antarctic Plateau between 1996 and 2004, reaching a depth of approximately 3,270 meters and a specific age of approximately 800. 0 years extended the Antarctic ice core record through 8 complete glacial interglacial cycles and revealed specific patterns of climate variability whose particular character, the specific asymmetry between the relatively gradual accumulation of ice during glacial periods and the specific relatively rapid terminations during deglaciations. The specific regular spacing of the glacial interglacial cycles corresponding to the specific orbital frequencies of the Earth's 100,000-year eccentricity cycle provided the specific most complete available documentation of the specific mechanisms through which the specific Milankovitch orbital cycles drive the specific waxing and waning of ice ages. The specific oldest ice yet recovered from Antarctica, from the specific blue ice area near Allen Hills in Victoria Land, where the specific dynamics of ice flow expose ice approximately 2.7 million years old at the surface, providing the specific oldest direct samples of ancient atmosphere available to science, has extended the specific direct measurement of past atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations beyond the specific range of the deep drilling cores, confirming the specific relationship between greenhouse gas concentrations and global temperature that the specific ice core record had established over the past 800,000 years in the specific longer record of the specific preceding millions of years. Fact 48, the Antarctic Peninsula's changing ecology. The specific ecological changes occurring on the Antarctic Peninsula in response to the specific rapid warming of the past 5 decades the particular transformations of species distributions, population sizes, community compositions, and ecosystem functions, whose aggregate character constitutes the specific most extensive and most rapidly developing ecological response to climate change documented in any Antarctic region, represent the specific living laboratory of climate-driven ecological change, whose particular documentation, by the specific long-term monitoring programs of the British Antarctic Survey and other Antarctic research institutions, provides the specific most comprehensive available record of how marine and terrestrial ecosystems respond to rates of warming comparable to or exceeding those projected for other regions of the Earth under continued anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. The specific most dramatic documented ecological change on the Antarctic Peninsula is the specific redistribution of penguin species, whose particular population trends were described in an earlier fact. The specific decline of Adelie and chinstrap penguins in the warming northern peninsula, and the specific expansion of the gentoo penguins southward into areas it previously did not occupy, creating a specific visible biological signal of the specific warming that complements the specific physical signals of ice shelf collapse and glacier retreat that the same region displays. The specific changes in the Antarctic Peninsula's marine ecosystem extend beyond the penguin colonies to encompass the specific krill distribution, whose particular contraction at the northern peninsula as sea ice extent decreases removes the specific krill concentration that the specific ice-dependent species require. The specific expansion of king crab populations into the shallower waters of the shelf, as specific bottom water temperatures rise above the specific threshold below which king crab physiology is inhibited. And the specific southward range expansion of specific fish and invertebrate species, whose particular previous exclusion from Antarctic peninsula waters by the specific cold temperature had maintained the specific endemic character of the peninsula's marine community that specific decades of continued warming are now progressively eroding. Fact 49. The first women in Antarctica breaking the ice. The specific history of women in Antarctica, the particular story of the progressive inclusion of women in Antarctic expeditions and Antarctic research programs, from their specific complete exclusion throughout the heroic era through the specific first female wintover in 1969, to the specific current situation in which women constitute a substantial, and in some programs majority proportion of Antarctic research personnel, is a story whose particular trajectory from specific exclusion to specific inclusion reflects both the specific broader history of gender in science and exploration, and the particular specific arguments about the Antarctic environment's specific suitability for female personnel that were made by specific institutional actors throughout the process of change whose specific character, ranging from the specific practical arguments about facilities to the specific paternalistic arguments about Antarctic hardships, illuminate the particular intersection of gender ideology and institutional inertia that shaped the specific pace of inclusion. The specific first women to spend the Antarctic winter on the continent were the 6 female researchers who wintered at the Soviet Molodnaya station in 1969. Scientists Irina Zhukova, Natalia Kucherova, Valentina Sheleva, Nina Sokolova, and 2 others whose particular presence at an Antarctic winter station was the specific first documented case of female winterover in the history of the continent. In the United States Antarctic program, the specific first woman to winter over was the ornithologist Mary Alice McWhinney, who spent the winter of 1974 at McMurdo Station, followed by the specific first all-female winterover team at South Pole Station in 1979. The specific story of the first women at the South Pole itself, the particular group of 6 women led by the geologist Lois Jones, who reached the geographic South Pole on November 12, 1969, making them the first women in history to stand at that specific location, represents the specific landmark in the specific gender history of Antarctic exploration, whose particular timing, occurring in the specific final days of the same year in which Neil Armstrong walked on the moon, placed it in the specific context of the era's broader transformation of the specific boundaries of human endeavor. Fact 50. Antarctica at 50, the middle of the ice. 50 facts into the story of Antarctica and the full depth of what this continent means for the specific science of the Earth's climate, for the specific geopolitics of international territorial management, for the specific biology of life at the extreme, and for the specific human experience of endurance and discovery in the most hostile environment on Earth, has been traversed in its essential breadth. We have drilled 3,270 meters into the East Antarctic Plateau and recovered 800,000 years of climate history, in the specific bubbles of ancient atmosphere preserved in the specific ice, reading in those bubbles the specific concentration of carbon dioxide that existed during every glacial and interglacial cycle of the past 800 millennia, and understanding that the specific concentration of today is higher than any point in that entire archive. We have watched the Weddell seal dive to 700 meters beneath the sea ice and maintain its breath for 82 minutes, understanding that the specific adaptation of life to this specific extreme environment has produced biological solutions whose specific elegance, the specific millions of years of Antarctic isolation, have had ample time to refine. We have understood that the specific fate of the Thwaites Glacier, the particular body of ice whose specific potential collapse has earned it the informal name the Doomsday Glacier, is the specific most consequential single glaciological question for the specific future of the world's coasts. 50 facts remain. This is Explore During Sleeping. Fact 51. The bedrock of Antarctica, the continent beneath the ice. The bedrock of Antarctica, the specific solid rock surface that underlies the Antarctic ice sheet and whose particular topography, ranging from mountain ranges rising to more than 4,000 meters above sea level to deep subglacial basins plunging more than 2,000 meters below sea level, determines both the specific flow dynamics of the overlying ice sheet and the specific geometry of the coastline that would emerge if the ice were to melt. It's one of the least directly observed geological surfaces on Earth, known primarily through the specific remote sensing techniques of radio echo sounding, gravity measurements, and seismic surveys, whose progressive application since the 1970s has transformed a continent of essentially unknown subglacial topography into the specific reasonably well-mapped geological landscape, whose particular character provides the foundation for the specific ice sheet models that project its future behavior. The specific project that has produced the most comprehensive available map of Antarctic bedrock topography is Bed Machine Antarctica, the particular compilation of all available subglacial measurement data, published by the glaciologist Matthew Morligham and colleagues in 2019, whose specific merger of approximately 19 million individual measurements from multiple decades of airborne and ground-based surveys created the specific highest resolution, continuous map of Antarctic bedrock topography ever produced and revealed specific features of the subglacial landscape, whose particular implications for ice dynamics had not been apparent in the earlier, lower-resolution compilations. The specific most consequential finding of the Bed Machine compilation was the particular characterization of the subglacial landscape upstream of the Thwaites and Pine Island glaciers in West Antarctica, whose specific deep retrograde beds, channels and basins whose floors slope downward toward the interior of the continent in the specific configuration that promotes the marine ice sheet instability discussed in the Thwaites fact, proved to be both deeper and more extensively connected to the ocean than previous surveys had established, making the specific potential for irreversible retreat along these drainage pathways more geographically extensive and more topographically connected than the previous generation of ice sheet models had assumed. Fact 52. The Antarctic ozone recovery, a conservation success story. The specific recovery of the Antarctic ozone layer, the particular progressive restoration of stratospheric ozone concentrations over Antarctica that has been documented since the late 1990s, following the specific phase-out of chlorofluorocarbon compounds mandated by the Montreal Protocol of 1987 and its subsequent amendments, and whose particular trajectory, while still far from complete given the specific decades-long lifetime of ozone-depleting substances already present in the stratosphere, provides the specific most compelling available demonstration that international regulatory action can successfully reverse a specific large-scale atmospheric change caused by human industrial activity, represents one of the few genuinely encouraging stories in the specific modern history of human interactions with the global atmospheric system. Its particular success in mobilizing the specific international action needed to address the specific documented threat, providing both a specific model for climate policy advocates and a specific point of contrast with the specific much slower and much less effective response to the specific parallel challenge of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. The specific mechanism of the ozone recovery involves the particular progressive decrease in stratospheric chlorine concentrations as the specific long-lived chlorofluorocarbon molecules that were released into the atmosphere during the decades of their widespread industrial use gradually break down, and their specific chlorine is sequestered in more stable compounds. The specific timeline of the ozone recovery, stratospheric chlorine concentrations peaked in approximately 1997 and have been slowly declining since, with the specific Antarctic ozone hole projected to return to approximately its 1980 size by approximately 2060 to 2070, under the specific assumption of continued compliance with the Montreal Protocol's specific phase-out schedules. Reflects the particular inertia of the stratospheric chemical system, whose specific recovery is constrained by the specific long atmospheric residence times of the ozone-depleting substances still present in the stratosphere from historical emissions. Fact 53. The polar vortex, Antarctica's atmospheric engine. The Antarctic polar vortex, the specific large-scale atmospheric circulation feature that develops over Antarctica each winter as the specific cooling of the polar stratosphere, generates the specific strong temperature gradient between the polar air mass and the surrounding mid-latitude air, whose specific pressure gradient drives the specific intense westerly winds that form the vortex's characteristic boundary, whose particular strength and stability over Antarctica. Where the specific circular geometry of the continent and the specific extreme temperatures of the polar night create the most stable polar vortex on Earth, make it one of the most consequential specific atmospheric features for both the specific ozone chemistry of the Antarctic stratosphere and the specific weather patterns of the southern hemisphere's mid-latitudes. Is the specific atmospheric phenomenon most directly responsible for the specific seasonal character of the Antarctic ozone hole, whose particular chemistry requires the specific cold polar stratospheric clouds that form only within the specific boundaries of the polar vortex during the Antarctic winter. The specific polar stratospheric clouds, the particular formations of ice and nitric acid crystals that form in the Antarctic stratosphere when temperatures fall below approximately -78°C inside the polar vortex, are the specific site of the heterogeneous chemical reactions that activate the specific chlorine compounds, whose subsequent photolytic production of ozone-destroying radicals in spring, when sunlight returns to the polar stratosphere. Is the specific proximate cause of the ozone hole the particular stability of the Antarctic polar vortex compared to its Arctic equivalent, a stability that derives from the specific symmetric geometry of the Antarctic continent, the specific higher elevations and lower heat fluxes of the Antarctic surface compared to the specific irregular Arctic terrain and specific warmer Arctic Ocean, and the specific absence of the topographically forced planetary waves that regularly disrupt the Arctic vortex. Is the specific reason why the Antarctic ozone hole is larger and more severe than the corresponding phenomenon in the Arctic, whose specific more frequently disrupted vortex creates the specific warmer stratospheric temperatures and specific shorter duration of polar stratospheric cloud existence that limit ozone depletion to a smaller fraction of what occurs in the specific colder and more stable Antarctic stratosphere. Fact 54. Heroic era equipment, surviving with Victorian technology. The specific equipment with which the heroic era Antarctic explorers attempted to survive and travel in the Antarctic environment, the particular clothing, food, shelter, navigation instruments, and transport systems available in the specific technological context of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, whose combined adequacy for the specific demands of Antarctic travel varied enormously from the specific well-adapted Norwegian systems employed by Amundsen to the specific British institutional preferences that contributed to Scott's difficulties, provides a specific window into the particular challenges of Antarctic exploration before the specific technologies of the modern era transformed its operational parameters, and illuminates by contrast the specific degree to which the specific current human presence in Antarctica depends on technological systems, synthetic insulation, satellite navigation, radio communication, aircraft transport, and modern shelter design, whose specific absence in the heroic era made the specific consequences of specific errors, specific bad weather, or specific equipment failures potentially fatal in ways that the specific modern Antarctic researcher, while still operating in a hazardous environment, is substantially better protected against. The specific food rations of heroic era Antarctic expeditions represented perhaps the most critical specific technological limitation on their performance. The particular caloric inadequacy of the specific sledging rations used by Scott's Polar Party, whose specific composition of pemmican, biscuit, chocolate, and sugar provided approximately 4,500 calories per day against the specific estimated expenditure of 6,000 to 7,000 calories per day during heavy sledging in Antarctic conditions, created the specific progressive caloric deficit, whose cumulative effect over the specific weeks of the return journey from the pole produced the specific physical deterioration that, combined with the specific extreme cold of the specific unusually cold autumn of 1912, contributed directly to the specific deaths of the party. The specific contrast with Amundsen's rations, whose particular caloric density had been specifically calculated to match the specific energy expenditure of dog-assisted sledging in Antarctic conditions, and whose specific composition included a higher fat content, better matched to the specific thermoregulatory demands of the Antarctic environment, is one of the most concrete specific illustrations of the particular difference in approach between the two expeditions, whose specific consequences the specific outcome of the race to the pole so dramatically demonstrated. Fact 55. The Amundsen and Scott South Pole Station, living at 90 degrees south. The Amundsen and Scott South Pole Station, the specific United States research facility, whose particular location at the geographic South Pole. Established during the International Geophysical Year of 1957 to 1958, and maintained continuously, since through a succession of increasingly sophisticated station buildings, whose specific replacement in 2008 by the current elevated station building represents the specific most recent major capital investment in the specific infrastructure of American Antarctic science, is the most remote permanently staffed research station on Earth. Its specific distance from the nearest seacoast of approximately 1,300 kilometers, its specific elevation of approximately 2,835 meters on the East Antarctic Plateau, and the specific extreme temperatures that characterize the plateau environment, creating a specific operational environment whose particular demands the specific year-round airlift of all fuel, food, and supplies. The specific psychological management of the winter-over population, isolated for approximately 8 months between the last aircraft departure in February and the first return flight in October, and the specific physiological management of personnel arriving at altitude after a rapid flight from sea level, make it the specific most logistically complex and most physiologically challenging permanently staffed facility on Earth. The specific winter population of the Amundsen and Scott South Pole Station, typically between 45 and 100 individuals, depending on the specific year and the specific research programs in operation, lives through the specific winter in conditions whose particular combination of extreme cold, complete darkness for 6 months, and complete isolation from the outside world creates a specific psychological environment that the specific polar psychology research program has studied more extensively than any other isolated and confined environment on Earth. The specific experience of the winter over at the South Pole has been described by its participants in terms that consistently emphasize the specific combination of scientific satisfaction and psychological challenge. The particular intellectual richness of the specific research, conducted at a specific location of unique scientific interest, combined with the specific psychological demands of the specific isolation and the specific darkness, whose particular management requires the specific psychological resilience and the specific social skills that the specific selection processes for South Pole winter-over positions are designed to identify and evaluate. Fact 56. Antarctic geology, a continent's ancient story. The specific geological history of Antarctica, the particular record of the continent's origin, its tectonic evolution, its paleoclimate, and its biological past that is preserved in the specific rock sequences exposed in the ice-free areas of the Transantarctic Mountains, the Antarctic Peninsula, and the coastal outcrops whose particular accessibility provides the specific windows into the continent's deep geological past, spans approximately 3 billion years of Earth history and encompasses the specific entire range of geological processes that have shaped the continental crust, from the specific ancient Precambrian basement rocks of the East Antarctic Craton, among the oldest exposed rocks on Earth, to the specific geologically recent volcanic rocks of the Ross Island volcanoes, whose particular activity within the past few million years places them among the youngest geological features of the continent. The specific most scientifically significant specific geological discovery made in Antarctica in the history of the discipline is the particular collection of Mesozoic fossils, the specific dinosaur bones, marine reptile remains, and plant fossils recovered from the specific rock sequences of the Antarctic Peninsula and the specific Transantarctic Mountains, whose particular presence on the specific continent that is now the most inhospitable on Earth provides the specific direct evidence that Antarctica, during the specific Mesozoic era of approximately 250 to 65 million years ago, was a specific warm, forested, biologically diverse landmass whose particular connection to the other continents of the specific Gondwanan supercontinent was maintained throughout the specific period when the specific dinosaurs that have been found as fossils in Antarctica were alive. The specific most remarkable single Antarctic fossil discovery is the particular skeleton of a Cryolophosaurus. a specific large carnivorous dinosaur whose fossil was recovered from the specific Amundsen Formation of the Transantarctic Mountains in 1991, and whose particular presence on a continent whose specific current latitude is approximately 85 degrees south, illustrates the specific fundamental difference between the current position and the specific ancient position of the Antarctic continental plate, whose particular tectonic drift to its current position over the past 100 million years has transformed a specific warm, biologically productive land into the specific frozen desert of the present. Fact 57. The Endurance, found after 107 years. The wreck of the Endurance, the specific vessel of Ernest Shackleton's Imperial Transantarctic Expedition, whose particular sinking in the Weddell Sea pack ice in November 1915, after a 10-month entrapment, was one of the most famous ship losses in the history of exploration, and whose specific final resting place on the floor of the Weddell Sea had remained unknown for 107 years, was discovered on March 5, 2022 by the Endurance 22 expedition team, whose particular deployment of autonomous underwater vehicles beneath the notoriously difficult Weddell Sea pack ice located the wreck at a depth of approximately 3,008 meters, approximately 6 kilometers, from the position that Shackleton's navigational records had suggested. The specific condition of the wreck, confirmed by the specific underwater video footage showing the ship's hull, its deck fittings, its name board, and its preserved timbers in a state of extraordinary completeness, given the 107 years of submersion at a depth whose specific cold, dark, low oxygen conditions had inhibited the specific biological wood-boring organisms that would have destroyed the timbers in shallower, warmer water, was described by the specific expedition members as among the best preserved wooden shipwrecks ever found. The specific ship's wheel, the specific davits, the specific capstan, and even the specific name Endurance carved in the stern board, all visible in the specific footage, whose particular release to the public in March 2022 created one of the most widely shared archaeological discoveries of the modern era. The specific legal status of the Endurance wreck, designated as a protected historic monument under the specific Antarctic Treaty's Annex V Protocol on Environmental Protection, making it illegal to disturb, remove any item from, or land on it without specific permit, means that the particular extraordinary condition of the wreck will be preserved for future generations. The specific decision of the Endurance 22 expedition to conduct only non-invasive visual and photographic documentation of the wreck, rather than any physical intervention, representing the particular approach to Antarctic heritage, whose specific respect for the specific legal and ethical framework of Antarctic environmental protection is as important as the specific scientific and historical value of the discovery itself. Fact 58. Antarctic Astronomy, the universe from the bottom of the world. Antarctic astronomy, the specific program of astronomical observations conducted from Antarctica, above all from the specific South Pole Station and the specific high-altitude sites of the East Antarctic Plateau, whose particular atmospheric conditions create the specific best ground-based astronomical observing environment on Earth for specific types of observation whose particular requirements. The specific absence of atmospheric water vapor that absorbs infrared and sub-millimeter wavelength radiation. The specific stability of the atmospheric boundary layer that reduces the specific seeing distortions that limit optical telescope resolution at other sites, and the specific continuous darkness of the Antarctic winter that allows continuous uninterrupted observations of specific targets through the full southern winter, make the Antarctic Plateau the specific most valuable ground-based astronomical site for specific classes of observation that cannot be made as effectively from any other location on Earth, has produced a specific body of astronomical discoveries whose particular scientific importance extends from the specific detailed characterization of the cosmic microwave background radiation to the specific detection of neutrinos from beyond the solar system. The specific most ambitious astronomical project at the South Pole is the IceCube Neutrino Observatory, the particular instrument constructed between 2005 and 2010 by deploying a grid of 5,160 optical sensors through approximately 1 cubic kilometer of the Antarctic ice sheet at depths between 1,450 and 2,450 meters. Using the specific transparent ice as both the target medium and the detector medium for the specific rare interactions between cosmic neutrinos and Antarctic ice nuclei, whose specific production of the particular Cherenkov radiation that the optical sensors detect allows the specific direction and energy of the original neutrino to be reconstructed. The IceCube collaboration announced in 2013 the specific first detection of high-energy cosmic neutrinos of astrophysical origin, neutrinos whose particular energies, in the range of tens to hundreds of teraelectronvolts, could not have been produced by any specific atmospheric source and must have originated in the specific violent astrophysical processes, supernova explosions, active galactic nuclei, gamma-ray bursts, that the specific theoretical models of high-energy astrophysics had identified as potential cosmic neutrino sources. Fact 59, the Antarctic ice sheet and sea level, the stakes. The specific relationship between the Antarctic ice sheet and global sea level, the particular mechanism through which the specific melting and carving of Antarctic ice contributes to the specific rise in global ocean levels, whose particular consequences for the specific hundreds of millions of people living in low-lying coastal areas around the world constitute the most direct and most practically consequential specific threat from Antarctic climate change, is the specific question whose particular answer will determine the specific character of the coastal geography of the Earth in the coming centuries. The specific range of projected sea level contributions from Antarctica by 2100, spanning from the specific relatively modest estimates of the conservative models to the specific several meters of the most extreme projections whose particular realization would fundamentally transform the specific geography of every coastal city on Earth. The specific contribution of the Antarctic ice sheet to global sea level rise since the beginning of the satellite altimetry era in the early 1990s has been measured with increasing precision by successive generations of satellite instruments, the specific GRACE and GRACE-FO gravity satellites, whose particular measurement of the specific changes in the Earth's gravitational field produced by the specific redistribution of mass as ice melts and flows into the ocean. And the specific ICE-SAT and ICE-SAT-2 laser altimetry satellites, whose particular measurement of the specific changes in ice surface elevation provide the specific complement to the gravity measurements that together allow the specific total mass change of the Antarctic ice sheet to be determined. The specific current rate of Antarctic ice mass loss, approximately 150 billion metric tons per year, a figure that has tripled since the 1990s as the specific acceleration of ice discharge from West Antarctic glaciers has progressively increased, is contributing approximately 0.4 millimeters per year to global sea level rise. A rate that, while currently smaller than the specific contributions from the Greenland ice sheet and from thermal expansion of the ocean, is projected by the specific most comprehensive assessment reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change to increase substantially under every scenario of continued greenhouse gas emissions. Fact 60, Antarctica at 60, 40 facts from the cold heart. 60 facts into the story of Antarctica and the specific stakes of what happens on this continent, the particular way in which the specific behavior of the Antarctic ice sheet, the specific chemistry of the Antarctic stratosphere, the specific productivity of the Southern Ocean, and the specific preservation of the Antarctic climate record together determine some of the most consequential specific outcomes for the specific human civilization that has spent its entire existence on the specific warmer parts of the planet, without fully understanding its specific dependence on the specific cold stability of the specific ice at the bottom of the world, have become fully and clearly visible. We have understood that the specific rate of Antarctic ice loss has tripled since the 1990s, that the specific Thwaites Glacier sits on a retrograde bed whose specific geometry promotes irreversible retreat, and that the specific conservative and the specific extreme projections of Antarctic sea level contribution by 2100 span a range whose specific width reflects not the specific uncertainty of the physics, but the specific uncertainty of the specific human decisions about greenhouse gas emissions that will determine which part of that range is realized. 40 facts remain. They will carry us through the final dimensions of the Antarctic story, the specific beauty, the specific science, the specific geopolitics, and the specific question of what the last continent means for the specific world that it has anchored, cooled, and warned across the full span of the human civilization that is now, for the first time in its specific history, capable of fundamentally altering the specific ice system that has defined the Earth's specific climate for the past 34 million years. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 61, Mount Erebus, the southernmost active volcano. Mount Erebus, the specific active stratovolcano, rising to 3,794 meters above sea level on Ross Island in the Ross Sea, the specific southernmost active volcano on Earth, whose particular persistent lava lake has been continuously active since its discovery by members of Shackleton's Nimrod expedition in 1908, and whose particular position within sight of McMurdo Station makes it the specific most easily observed and most continuously monitored active volcanic system in Antarctica, is the specific geological feature of the Antarctic region, whose particular combination of extreme accessibility for a high-latitude volcano specific scientific value as one of only 5 persistent lava lakes on Earth, and spectacular visual character has made it the subject of the most sustained and most productive volcanic monitoring program in the history of Antarctic geoscience. The specific persistent lava lake of Erebus, a body of molten anorthoclase, phonolite lava approximately 50 to 80 meters in diameter, whose surface is in constant slow convective motion. Its specific darker crusting areas being regularly disrupted by the specific rising of fresh magma from below in a pattern of circulation that has been observed and documented continuously since the establishment of the Erebus monitoring program by the volcanologist Philip Kyle in the 1970s, is distinguished from the lava lakes of other active volcanoes by the specific unusual chemistry of the Erebus magma, whose particular composition creates a lava whose specific physical properties, including its specific viscosity at eruption temperature and its specific gas content, produce the distinctive strombolian eruption behavior whose particular frequency, averaging several eruptions per day ranging from small lava spatters to larger explosions ejecting lava bombs onto the crater rim, constitutes the specific continuous low-level volcanic activity that makes Erebus simultaneously the most spectacular Antarctic geological feature and the specific particular hazard that the scientists who work on its rim must continuously manage. The specific scientific value of the Erebus monitoring program extends beyond the volcano itself to the particular contribution of the volcanic gas emissions to the specific chemistry of the Antarctic atmosphere, the specific large amounts of sulfur dioxide halogen compounds, and carbon dioxide that Erebus emits, making it one of the most significant specific sources of volcanic gas to the clean Antarctic air, whose particular baseline composition makes the specific volcanic contribution easier to detect and quantify than in the more polluted atmospheres of other volcanic regions. Fact 62. The Scott expedition's final days, the human cost of the ice. The specific final weeks of Robert Falcon Scott's polar party, the particular period between the specific departure from the South Pole on January 18, 1912, and the specific death of the last survivor, almost certainly Scott himself, in late March 1912, approximately 18 kilometers from the food and fuel depot at One Ton Camp, whose specific position, had the supporting party been able to reach it in the specific weather conditions of the specific year, might have saved at least some of the men, constitute the specific most extensively analyzed and most emotionally affecting episode in the entire history of Antarctic exploration, the particular combination of the specific detailed journal that Scott maintained to within days of his death, the specific letters he wrote to the families of his companions and to the British public, and the specific physical evidence of the tent and bodies found by the search party in November 1912, creating an archive of human experience in extremis whose particular richness and whose particular humanity have sustained a century of engagement from historians, scientists, and ordinary readers whose specific interest in what happened in those specific weeks shows no sign of diminishing. The specific deaths of the 5 Polar Party members, Edgar Evans, who died at the foot of the Beardmore Glacier on February 17, and Lawrence Oates, Wilson, Bowers, and Scott, who died in their tent on or after March 29, each represent specific stories of specific character, whose particular differences reveal the specific variety of the human responses to the specific extremity of the Polar Party's situation. Oates' specific decision to leave the tent on March 16 and walk into the blizzard with the specific words, "I am just going outside and maybe some time," recorded in Scott's diary, whose particular laconic quality matches the specific understated character of the gesture itself, has been described by every subsequent writer as the specific most perfect expression of the specific code of heroic self-sacrifice that the specific British Antarctic tradition of the heroic era had elevated to the status of a specific cultural ideal, its particular combination of specific selflessness, specific courage, and specific understatement creating one of the most memorable specific acts of the entire heroic era whose particular circumstances, the specific frostbitten feet, the specific weakened body, the specific certainty that he was slowing down his companions, give its specific nobility a specific human weight that the specific merely theatrical version of the same gesture could never possess. Fact 63. Antarctic micrometeorology, weather at the human scale. The specific micrometeorology of the Antarctic surface environment, the the particular weather phenomena that operate at the specific scale of the individual researcher in the Antarctic field. From the specific surface wind conditions in the specific shelter of specific terrain, features to the specific visibility conditions in specific blizzards and specific whiteout events, whose particular combination of precipitation and blowing snow reduces the specific contrast between the white ground and the white sky to the specific complete visual homogeneity that makes navigation without instruments impossible, is the specific dimension of Antarctic weather that most directly and most immediately affects the specific safety and the specific productivity of Antarctic field science. Its particular management through the specific combination of weather forecasting, specific field protocols, and specific emergency procedures constituting the specific primary operational challenge of Antarctic terrestrial research. The specific whiteout, the particular condition in which the diffuse light reflected from an overcast sky, is so similar in intensity and color to the specific light reflected from the snow surface that the specific visual cues that allow depth perception and horizon identification are completely lost, creating the specific disorienting condition in which the specific researcher cannot distinguish the specific ground from the specific sky and can easily step into a crevasse or fall off a slope whose presence they cannot perceive, is among the specific most dangerous routine conditions of Antarctic surface travel. Its particular combination of complete spatial disorientation and apparently benign weather creating the specific trap of a condition that looks safe but is genuinely perilous. The specific blizzard, the particular Antarctic weather condition, whose combination of strong katabatic wind, low temperature and blowing snow creates the specific simultaneous hazards of rapid heat loss, complete loss of visibility, and specific physical difficulty in maintaining orientation and forward progress, is the specific weather phenomenon that has killed more Antarctic field workers than any other single cause. The specific ability of an apparently favorable travel day to transform into a specific life-threatening blizzard within minutes being the specific operational reality that the specific Antarctic safety culture addresses through the specific conservative travel protocols, whose particular observance distinguishes the specific experienced Antarctic field worker from the specific newcomer, whose underestimation of the specific speed of weather change is one of the specific most reliable predictors of specific safety incidents. Fact 64. The Antarctic atmosphere, cleanest air on Earth. The specific atmosphere of Antarctica, the particular body of air over the continent and surrounding ocean, whose specific chemical composition, specific aerosol loading, and specific absence of the anthropogenic pollutants and biogenic compounds that characterize the atmosphere over every other continent on Earth, make it simultaneously the cleanest large-scale atmospheric environment available anywhere on Earth, and the specific baseline reference against which the specific degree of anthropogenic atmospheric pollution in other regions can be most clearly assessed, is the specific component of the Antarctic environment whose particular scientific value for the monitoring of global atmospheric change has grown progressively more important as the specific human perturbation of the atmospheric system has increased and the specific need for clean air baseline measurements against which that perturbation can be quantified has become more urgent. The specific cleanliness of the Antarctic atmosphere reflects the particular combination of the continent's specific geographic isolation, the specific circumpolar character of the Southern Ocean circulation, whose particular barrier function prevents the specific efficient northward transport of pollutants from the mid-latitudes into the polar region, and the specific absence of any significant anthropogenic emission source on the continent itself. The specific research stations, whose particular fuel combustion and vehicle operation create detectable but highly localized specific pollution plumes, constituting the only significant specific sources of anthropogenic atmospheric contamination in the Antarctic environment. The specific most consequential atmospheric measurement made in Antarctica in the context of global atmospheric monitoring is the specific continuous record of atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration maintained at the South Pole Station since 1957, the particular Southern Hemisphere complement to the specific Keeling curve measured at Mauna Loa in Hawaii, whose particular combination of the specific Hawaiian Northern Hemisphere record and the specific South Pole Southern Hemisphere record provides the specific most directly comparable available evidence for the specific rate and specific character of the global increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration, whose cumulative consequence is the specific ongoing warming of the global climate system. Fact 65. The Discovery Expeditions before the Heroic Era. The specific period of Antarctic exploration that preceded the Heroic Era the particular voyages and expeditions of the late 18th and 19th centuries, whose particular achievements, including the specific first circumnavigation of the Antarctic continent by James Cook in 1772 to 1775, without sighting land, the specific first sightings of the continental coast in 1820, the specific first confirmed landing in 1895, and the specific progressive mapping of the Antarctic coastline by the commercial sealing and whaling industry, whose particular commercial interests drove the specific geographic knowledge that the specific heroic era expeditions would inherit, established both the specific geographic framework within which the specific heroic era operated and the specific tradition of Southern Ocean navigation, whose particular practical knowledge was the specific foundation on which the specific polar ships of the heroic era were designed and operated. James Cook's specific second voyage of 1772 to 1775, the particular circumnavigation of the Antarctic continent in which Cook 3 times crossed the Antarctic Circle and reached the specific latitude of approximately 71 degrees south before being turned back by the specific sea ice, coming within approximately 80 kilometers of the Antarctic coast without seeing it through the specific combination of sea ice, fog, and the specific southward extent of the pack ice in the specific years of his voyage, established both the specific impossibility of the specific temperate southern continent that geographic theory had predicted and the specific practical certainty that if any land existed in the high southern latitudes, it would be, in Cook's own specific words, a country doomed by nature never once to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, but to lie forever buried under everlasting snow and ice. The specific commercial exploitation of the Antarctic region that began in the wake of Cook's specific reports of the extraordinary abundance of fur seals and sea elephants at the subantarctic islands created the specific first sustained human engagement with the Antarctic environment. The particular sealing industry, whose specific decimation of the specific South Georgia fur seal population from an estimated 1 million animals to commercial extinction within a generation, representing both the specific first major environmental impact of human activity on the Antarctic ecosystem and the specific economic context within which the specific geographic explorations that led to the first sighting of the continent took place. Fact 66. The Antarctic Treaty System. 7 decades of international cooperation. The Antarctic Treaty System, the specific body of international agreements governing human activity in Antarctica, comprising the specific Antarctic Treaty of 1959 and its subsequent associated agreements, including the specific Convention on the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources of 1980, the specific Convention on the Regulation of Antarctic Mineral Resource Activities of 1988, whose particular rejection by the Antarctic Treaty parties in the specific political context of growing environmental concern led directly to the specific Protocol on Environmental Protection of 1991, and the specific measures and recommendations adopted by the specific Antarctic Treaty consultative meetings, whose specific annual gatherings have progressively elaborated the specific legal and operational framework for Antarctic management over 7 decades of continuous development, is the specific most successful experiment in international environmental governance in the history of international law. Its particular achievement in maintaining Antarctica as a demilitarized zone of scientific cooperation and environmental protection through the specific challenges of the Cold War, the specific pressures of commercial resource extraction interests, and the specific territorial ambitions of both the 7 existing claimant states and the growing number of non-claimant states, whose particular interest in Antarctic resources has been explicitly reserved by the specific Article IV freeze on territorial claims, whose particular legal construction manages the specific incompatibility of the specific claimant and non-claimant positions in a way that allows the specific cooperation that both parties require. The specific Protocol on Environmental Protection of 1991, whose particular designation of Antarctica as a natural reserve devoted to peace and science, whose specific prohibition on all mineral resource activities for a period of 50 years from its entry into force in 1998, and whose specific comprehensive system of environmental impact assessment for all proposed activities in Antarctica represents the specific most stringent environmental protection regime applying to any large geographic region on Earth, was the specific most consequential single development in the history of the Antarctic Treaty System since the original treaty itself. Its particular transformation of the specific treaty's relatively limited conservation provisions into the specific comprehensive environmental protection framework of the protocol representing the specific political achievement of the specific environmental advocacy that had successfully argued, in the specific negotiations of the late 1980s, that the specific Convention on the Regulation of Antarctic Mineral Resource Activities was inadequate to the specific challenge of protecting the Antarctic environment from the specific commercial pressures that would have been released by its specific entry into force. Fact 67. The psychology of winterover, the mind at the extreme. The specific psychology of the Antarctic winterover experience, the particular constellation of psychological responses, behavioral adaptations, and specific mental health challenges that characterize the experience of the specific individuals who spend the Antarctic winter isolated in a small community in a specific environment of extreme cold, extreme darkness, and extreme distance from the rest of the human world, has been studied more systematically and more extensively than the psychology of any other isolated and confined environment on Earth. The specific combination of its well-defined duration, its specific consistent recurrence across multiple decades and multiple stations, and its specific accessibility to systematic research, creating the specific database of psychological monitoring, data whose particular richness makes Antarctic winterover the specific primary natural laboratory for the understanding of human psychological responses to the specific conditions of isolation and confinement that will characterize future long-duration space missions to the Moon and Mars. The specific psychological phenomena most consistently documented in Antarctic winterover populations include the particular winterover syndrome, whose specific features, the specific social withdrawal, the specific cognitive slowing, the specific irritability and interpersonal friction, typically emerge in the specific midwinter period and resolve as the specific return of sunlight and the specific approaching end of the isolation period restore the specific environmental and social conditions that the specific earlier months of winter had progressively depleted. The specific phenomenon of the three-quarter syndrome, the particular observation that psychological distress, interpersonal conflict, and morale decline are typically most severe not at the specific midwinter point, but at approximately the three-quarter mark of the winter period, when the specific end is visible but still distant, and the specific accumulated fatigue of months of isolation and confinement has not yet been relieved by the specific approaching return of light and contact with the outside world, is one of the specific most consistently replicated findings in the polar psychology literature, and one of the specific most directly relevant for the specific design of long-duration space mission psychological support programs, whose particular understanding of the specific temporal dynamics of isolated confinement must account for the specific pattern that the specific Antarctic data so consistently documents. Fact 68. Antarctic whales, the return of the giants. The specific recovery of Antarctic whale populations following the specific end of commercial whaling in the Southern Ocean, the particular progressive return of blue, fin, humpback, minke and sperm whales to the specific waters of the Southern Ocean from whose specific catastrophic overexploitation the commercial whaling industry had reduced them to fractions of their pre-exploitation levels, and whose specific documented recovery, while incomplete and uneven across species and populations, represents the specific most encouraging specific conservation development in the history of Antarctic marine mammal management, is one of the few genuinely positive specific conservation stories in the history of human interaction with the Southern Ocean, whose particular encouragement is tempered by the specific continued pressures of climate change on the specific krill-based food web on which the specific recovering whale populations depend. The specific humpback whale recovery in the Southern Ocean has been the most dramatic and most extensively documented of any Antarctic cetacean recovery, their particular populations in specific Southern Ocean management areas having increased from the specific few thousand animals that remained after the specific commercial whaling era to the specific several tens of thousands that the specific most recent assessments document, a recovery whose particular speed, rapid relative to what the specific reproductive biology of large whales would suggest is possible, reflects both the specific genuine recovery of humpback breeding populations and the specific improved survey methodology, whose particular detection efficiency for the specific more numerous animals of the recovering population is substantially higher than that of the surveys conducted when the specific depleted populations were much smaller. The specific blue whale recovery, by far the most critical of the Antarctic whale conservation challenges, the specific pre-whaling population of approximately 200,000 to 250,000 animals having been reduced to the specific few hundred individuals of the specific nadir population in the late 1960s, has been substantially slower than the humpback recovery. The specific most optimistic current estimates, suggesting a population of approximately 1,500 to 2,000 blue whales in the Southern Ocean, a recovery of approximately 1% of the pre-whaling population level in 6 decades of protection, that illustrates the specific enormous ecological debt that the whaling industry incurred and the specific extremely long time scales over which the specific most severely impacted populations recover. Fact 69. The future of the Antarctic Treaty, pressures and prospects. The specific future of the Antarctic Treaty System, the particular challenges, pressures, and specific vulnerabilities that the specific international regime governing Antarctica faces as the specific combination of climate change, increasing human activity, growing geopolitical competition, and the specific 2048 review provision of the Environmental Protocol creates the particular uncertainty about the longer-term governance of the continent, whose specific management will determine both the specific environmental condition of Antarctica and the specific legal framework for its exploitation or protection in the specific decades beyond the current treaty regime's specific immediate horizon. Is the specific most consequential specific governance question in the entire field of Antarctic policy, its particular resolution by the specific international community's specific decisions about the specific competing values of environmental protection, scientific cooperation, and resource access in the specific highly sensitive and highly consequential context of the Antarctic environment, determining the specific character of the continent's relationship with the specific broader human civilization for the specific foreseeable future. The specific provision of the Protocol on Environmental Protection that receives the most attention in the specific discussions of the Antarctic Treaty's future is Article 25, which specifies that after 50 years from the specific entry into force of the Protocol in 1998, meaning from 2048, any specific Antarctic Treaty consultative party may call for a review conference to examine the Protocol's operation, and that modifications to the specific prohibition on mineral resource activities may be adopted if the specific conditions specified in the article are met, including the specific requirement for a legally binding framework for activities that would be environmentally responsible. The specific significance of the 2048 provision is contested. The specific Antarctic Treaty legal specialists who have analyzed it most carefully argue that the specific conditions for modifying the mineral resources prohibition are sufficiently stringent that the specific realistic prospect of commercial mining in Antarctica remains remote regardless of the specific outcome of any 2048 review conference. But the specific broader question of whether the specific international cooperation that has sustained the Antarctic Treaty System for 7 decades can be maintained in the specific geopolitical context of the specific coming decades, in which the specific rise of new powers with specific interests in Antarctic resources creates the specific pressures on the specific consensus-based governance model of the specific treaty system that the specific architects of the original agreement did not have to manage, is one whose specific outcome depends on the specific choices of specific political actors whose particular decisions will determine whether the specific experiment in international environmental governance that the Antarctic Treaty represents will continue to succeed. Fact 70, Antarctica at 70, 30 facts from the final cold. 70 facts into the story of Antarctica and the specific full scope of what the continent represents, the specific scientific, the specific environmental, the specific geopolitical, and the specific human has been drawn in its essential dimensions. We have descended into the crater of Mount Erebus and watched the persistent lava lake whose continuous activity since 1908 makes it one of the specific 5 persistent lava lakes on Earth, the specific southernmost active volcano on a continent that was once a tropical forest. We have understood that the specific psychological challenges of the Antarctic winterover, the specific darkness, the specific isolation, the specific three-quarter syndrome, whose particular timing has been replicated across 6 decades of polar psychology research, are not simply the specific challenges of a specific extreme environment, but the specific most valuable available laboratory for understanding the specific psychological demands of the specific long-duration space missions that the specific human civilization is now actively planning. We have understood that the specific 2048 review provision of the Environmental Protocol does not necessarily mean the end of Antarctic environmental protection, but that the specific geopolitical pressures of the specific coming decades on the specific consensus-based governance model of the Antarctic Treaty System create the specific uncertainty about the specific long-term future of the specific most successful international environmental governance experiment in the history of international law. 30 facts remain. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 71. The subantarctic islands, stepping stones to the last continent. The subantarctic islands, the specific archipelagos and isolated volcanic peaks scattered across the Southern Ocean between approximately 45 and 60 degrees south latitude, including the specific South Georgia, the Falkland Islands, the Crozet Islands, the Kerguelen Islands, South Sandwich Islands, Heard Island, and Macquarie Island, among others, whose particular geographic position between the temperate and the polar zones creates the specific environmental character that makes them simultaneously the most accessible part of the Antarctic region for visitors and researchers traveling from Southern Hemisphere ports, and the specific location of some of the most extraordinary wildlife concentrations on Earth, are both the specific gateway to Antarctica and the specific most biologically rich component of the Antarctic region. Their particular combination of accessible rocky coastlines, rich surrounding waters, and specific freedom from terrestrial predators, creating the specific conditions that have allowed the spectacular concentrations of seabirds, penguins, and seals that constitute the most visually overwhelming wildlife spectacle available anywhere in the Southern Hemisphere. South Georgia, the specific island of approximately 3,750 square kilometers, lying at approximately 54 degrees south in the South Atlantic, whose particular discovery by James Cook in 1775 initiated the specific sealing industry that created the first sustained human presence in the Antarctic region, whose specific role in the history of Antarctic exploration encompasses the specific starting and finishing point of Shackleton's Endurance expedition, and whose specific current wildlife populations include approximately 90% of all Antarctic fur seals, approximately half of all southern elephant seals, and millions of seabirds, including the specific enormous breeding colonies of king penguins, whose particular concentrations at specific beaches around the island create one of the most spectacular wildlife spectacles on Earth, is the specific island that most completely embodies the specific dual character of the subantarctic region, as both the specific site of the most severe wildlife exploitation and the specific location of the most dramatic wildlife recovery in the entire history of the Antarctic environment. The specific restoration of South Georgia's wildlife following the specific eradication of rats and mice, introduced during the whaling era and responsible for the specific destruction of seabird eggs and chicks across large areas of the island, completed between 2011 and 2015 in the specific largest rodent eradication project ever attempted anywhere on Earth, has produced the specific dramatic resurgence of ground-nesting seabird populations, whose particular recovery demonstrates the specific effectiveness of habitat restoration at island scale when the specific invasive species causing the specific damage can be completely removed. Fact 72. Antarctic astronomy, the South Pole Telescope. The South Pole Telescope, the specific 10-meter diameter millimeter wavelength telescope installed at the Amundsen and Scott South Pole Station in 2007, whose particular location at the geographic South Pole combines the specific low atmospheric water vapor of the polar plateau with the specific ability to observe any specific point in the southern sky continuously without the specific diurnal rotation that requires equatorial and mid-latitude telescopes to track their targets as the Earth rotates, and whose particular scientific program has been focused primarily on the specific mapping of the cosmic microwave background radiation and the specific detection of galaxy clusters through the specific Sun-Eve-Zeldovich effect, is the specific flagship instrument of the Antarctic astronomy program, whose particular contributions to cosmology and astrophysics have established the South Pole as one of the specific most scientifically productive astronomical sites on Earth for the specific class of observations whose particular requirements are uniquely well matched to the specific Antarctic atmospheric conditions. The specific cosmic microwave background observations of the South Pole Telescope, the particular maps of the specific temperature fluctuations in the relic radiation from the Big Bang, whose specific statistical properties encode the specific values of the cosmological parameters that describe the specific size, specific age, specific composition, and specific geometry of the universe, have contributed to the specific, most precise measurements of the specific cosmological parameters available from any ground-based instrument. Their particular combination of high angular resolution and large survey area making them the specific complement to the specific space-based measurements of the Planck satellite, whose particular lower angular resolution, but specific full sky coverage, provides the specific broader context within which the specific high-resolution ground-based measurements are interpreted. The specific most dramatic result from the South Pole Telescope's first decade of science was the specific detection of B-mode polarization in the cosmic microwave background, announced in a landmark 2014 paper from the related BICEP-2 experiment. Initially interpreted as the specific signature of primordial gravitational waves produced by cosmic inflation, whose particular detection would have constituted one of the most important discoveries in the history of cosmology, whose subsequent specific reanalysis revealed that the specific signal was dominated by the specific polarized emission from dust in our own galaxy, rather than the specific cosmological signal of gravitational waves. Illustrating the specific challenges of the specific polarization measurements, whose eventual specific detection of the specific inflationary gravitational wave signal remains one of the most important scientific objectives of the current generation of CMB polarization experiments at the South Pole. Fact 73. The Antarctic Katabatic Wind, nature's cold engine. The specific katabatic wind system of Antarctica, the particular atmospheric circulation whose specific mechanism, the specific gravity-driven drainage of cold, dense air from the elevated interior of the Antarctic plateau toward the warmer, lower coastal margins, creates the specific most persistent and specific most powerful surface wind system on Earth, and whose particular interaction with the specific topography of the Antarctic coastline produces the specific channeled acceleration that generates the specific extreme wind speeds at specific coastal locations, whose particular character makes them simultaneously the most meteorologically interesting and the most operationally challenging locations in the entire Antarctic environment, is the specific atmospheric phenomenon that most clearly and most forcefully expresses the specific thermodynamic character of the Antarctic continent, the particular efficiency with which the specific vast elevated cold reservoir of the polar plateau converts the specific temperature contrast between its surface and the surrounding ocean into the specific kinetic energy of wind, whose particular scale and particular persistence have no equivalent in any other terrestrial environment. The specific physics of the katabatic wind begins with the specific radiative cooling of the ice surface, the particular process whereby the specific ice sheet loses heat by long-wave radiation to the atmosphere at rates that exceed the specific solar input during the specific long Antarctic night, cooling the specific air layer immediately above the ice surface to temperatures that may be 30 to 40 degrees colder than the air at the same altitude away from the ice surface, creating the specific cold air pool whose specific greater density relative to the surrounding air provides the specific gravitational potential energy that drives the specific downslope drainage flow. The specific most dramatic expression of the katabatic wind system in the context of scientific operations is the specific experience of the researcher caught in a katabatic outbreak at an Antarctic coastal field camp, the particular transition from the specific calm conditions of the specific interior drainage basin to the specific full force of the coastal katabatic acceleration, which can occur over distances of a few kilometers and timescales of minutes, creating the specific operational reality that the specific most experienced Antarctic field workers consistently identify as the single most dangerous specific meteorological scenario in the Antarctic environment, and the specific one whose particular combination of specific speed of onset and specific severity of consequence makes the specific conservative protocol of never traveling far from shelter in katabatic-prone terrain the specific most important single safety rule. The Antarctic Field Operations Handbook. Fact 74. The sea ice of Antarctica, the seasonal skin. The sea ice of Antarctica, the specific frozen surface layer of the Southern Ocean that forms each austral autumn as the specific cooling of the ocean surface, brings it below the specific freezing point of salt water at approximately -1.8 degrees Celsius, expands to cover an area of approximately 18 million square kilometers at its September maximum, and retreats to the specific minimum extent of approximately 3 million square kilometers at its February minimum, creating the specific most dramatic seasonal change in any geographic feature on the surface of the Earth, and the specific most consequential annual environmental change for the specific species that depend on the sea ice for their specific breeding, feeding, and survival, is not a simple uniform layer of frozen ocean, but a specific complex and highly variable environment whose particular structure, ranging from the specific thin grease ice of newly forming surfaces through the specific pancake ice of the marginal ice zone, to the specific thick multi-year ice of the Weddell Sea, whose specific complexity of pressure ridges, lades, and ice thickness provides the specific diverse microhabitats that the specific ice-dependent communities require. determines the specific character of the Antarctic marine ecosystem in ways that extend from the specific krill populations, whose winter survival depends on grazing ice algae, to the specific penguin and seal species, whose specific access to feeding areas and specific breeding success are governed by the specific sea ice conditions of each specific year. The specific dramatic change in Antarctic sea ice extent that occurred in 2023, the particular record-breaking minimum sea ice extent of approximately 1.79 million square kilometers, recorded in February 2023, approximately 1 million square kilometers below the previous record minimum and approximately 2 million square kilometers below the average for the specific period of satellite observation. Followed by the specific record-breaking failure to recover to normal winter extents in the specific 2023 winter, created the specific alarm within the sea ice science community, whose particular expression in a landmark open letter from sea ice scientists describing their specific concern as alarming reflected the specific unprecedented character of the specific deviation from the specific multi-decade average that the specific 2023 and subsequent sea ice seasons have exhibited. The specific causes and the specific implications of which are among the most urgently investigated questions in the specific current Antarctic science program. Fact 75: the Antarctic Peninsula glaciers accelerating loss. The specific glaciers of the Antarctic Peninsula, the particular hundreds of individual ice bodies, whose specific drainage from the specific mountains and plateaus of the peninsula into the specific surrounding fjords and coastal waters, constitutes the specific most direct pathway for the specific transfer of peninsular ice mass to the Southern Ocean, and whose specific behavior, the particular combination of specific accelerating flow velocities, specific thinning, specific retreat of calving fronts, and specific loss of the specific buttressing ice shelves that had previously restrained their specific seaward flow, provides the specific most directly observable and most extensively documented evidence of climate-driven glacier change in the Antarctic region, have been the focus of some of the most intensive specific glacier monitoring programs in the Southern Hemisphere. Their particular accessibility from the specific research vessels and specific air operations that support the Antarctic Peninsula science programs, making them substantially more thoroughly documented than the specific glaciers of the interior Antarctic, which require much more logistically demanding specific access. The specific mechanism through which the specific collapse of the peninsula's ice shelves has accelerated the specific glaciers that previously flowed into them. The particular phenomenon of glacier acceleration following ice shelf removal that was first documented after the specific 1995 collapse of the Larsen A ice shelf and dramatically confirmed after the specific 2002 Larsen B collapse, is one of the most consequential specific glaciological discoveries of the past 30 years. Its particular demonstration that ice shelves serve a specific buttressing function for the inland glaciers that flow into them, transforming the specific understanding of the relationship between specific floating and specific grounded ice, whose particular implications for the specific assessment of ice sheet stability under warming conditions extend far beyond the specific peninsular context in which the specific mechanism was first documented. The specific Crane Glacier, one of the specific peninsular glaciers that fed into the specific Larsen B ice shelf, and whose particular behavior following the shelf's collapse has been extensively monitored, accelerated its specific flow velocity by approximately 8 times in the months following the specific shelf removal, thinned by tens of meters, and retreated by several kilometers, providing the specific clearest available demonstration of the specific buttressing mechanism, whose particular significance for the specific stability of the much larger ice masses of West Antarctica, whose specific ice shelves are experiencing the specific warming ocean temperatures that progressively reduce their specific thickness and their specific buttressing capacity. Fact 76: Antarctic paleoclimate, when the continent was green. The specific deep paleoclimate history of Antarctica, the particular record of the continent's climatic past that extends back through the specific geological record to the specific warm periods of the Mesozoic and Paleogene, when Antarctica was ice-free, forested, and biologically diverse, preserved in the specific sedimentary sequences, fossil deposits, and geochemical records that provide the specific evidence for the specific conditions of those specific distant warm periods, is one of the specific most scientifically consequential dimensions of Antarctic geology for the specific understanding of how the Earth's climate system behaves under conditions of higher atmospheric greenhouse gas concentrations than those of the specific recent geological past. and whose specific relevance for the specific assessment of the specific future climate of the Earth under continued anthropogenic emissions is both scientifically profound and practically significant. The specific most significant Antarctic paleoclimate event for the understanding of the current climate system is the specific onset of Antarctic glaciation approximately 34 million years ago. The particular transition from the specific ice-free greenhouse world of the Eocene to the specific glaciated world of the Oligocene and subsequent periods that marks the specific most consequential specific climate transition in the specific recent geological record and whose particular driving mechanisms, the specific combination of the specific opening of the Drake Passage and the Tasman Gateway that established the Antarctic circumpolar current and thermally isolated the continent, and the specific decline of atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations from the specific elevated Eocene levels to the specific threshold, below which the specific Antarctic glaciation became self-sustaining, have been the subject of intense scientific debate and progressive clarification through the specific combination of ocean drilling sediment records, continental geological evidence, and specific climate model simulations whose particular convergence on the specific picture of threshold crossing driven by specific CO2 decline and specific tectonic gateway opening, represents one of the specific most important achievements in the specific recent history of paleoclimate science. Fact 77: Antarctic Science Stations, a global community. The specific network of national research stations that constitutes the specific physical infrastructure of the Antarctic Science Program. The particular approximately 80 stations of varying size, permanence, and scientific focus operated by the specific 30 nations with active Antarctic programs whose particular distribution around the continent and its surrounding islands reflects the specific combination of scientific requirements, specific logistics practicality, and specific territorial and political considerations that has shaped the development of the specific national programs since the International Geophysical Year, creates the specific most geographically diverse scientific community on Earth, its particular international character, in which the specific researchers of nations that are otherwise engaged in intense geopolitical competition work as specific neighbors, sharing specific facilities, specific data, and specific field support in the specific isolated environment of the Antarctic, providing the specific daily operational reality that gives the Antarctic treaties specific ideals their specific human expression. The specific scientific programs of the various national Antarctic stations reflect both the specific national scientific priorities of the specific operating nations and the specific geographic advantages of the specific station locations. The specific German Noumea station, III on the Ekstrom ice shelf in Queen Maud Land, one of the specific most advanced and specific most sophisticated permanent Antarctic research platforms, operated year-round with a winter population of approximately 10 researchers, and equipped with specific state-of-the-art facilities for specific atmospheric chemistry, specific geomagnetic monitoring, and specific meteorological observation, exemplifies the specific combination of specific engineering excellence and specific long-term scientific monitoring commitment that characterizes the specific most effective Antarctic research programs. The specific Chinese expansion of its Antarctic program over the past decade, the particular establishment of the specific Kunlun station at Dome A, the specific highest point on the East Antarctic Plateau at approximately 4,093 meters above sea level, and the specific Taishan Summer Station, following the specific earlier establishment of the specific Great Wall Station on the Antarctic Peninsula and the specific Zhongshan Station on the East Antarctic coast, represents the specific most significant expansion of any national Antarctic program in recent decades, and reflects the specific broader expansion of Chinese scientific and geopolitical engagement with the Antarctic Treaty System. Fact 78: The beauty of Antarctica, what the ice actually looks like. The specific aesthetic experience of the Antarctic landscape, the particular visual, acoustic, and physical character of the specific environment, whose description in the accounts of every explorer, scientist, and visitor who has experienced it directly combines the specific language of overwhelming grandeur with the specific language of otherworldly strangeness in a way that no description from a distance can fully communicate, and that every first-hand account insists is unlike anything else available anywhere on Earth, is one of the most consistently and most emphatically described aspects of the Antarctic experience, whose particular power for the specific individuals who encounter it directly is as much a feature of the scientific and exploration literature as the specific technical observations and the specific logistical challenges that the same literature documents. The specific visual character of the Antarctic landscape varies enormously between the specific different environments that the continent and its surrounding ocean encompass. The specific tabular icebergs of the Ross Sea, their specific vertical walls of ancient ice, streaked with the specific blue of compressed air-free ice and the specific white of trapped snow layers, rising 50 to 60 meters above the specific dark water and extending for distances that dwarf any natural structure visible from a ship, create the specific experience of navigating through a landscape whose specific scale, whose specific geometry, and whose specific colors belong to no other environment on Earth. The specific ice caves and pressure ridges of the Antarctic sea ice, whose specific internal architecture, lit by the specific pale blue light that penetrates the specific overlying ice and creates the specific otherworldly illumination of the specific subterranean ice environment, are described by every researcher who has crawled into them as among the most beautiful specific natural spaces they have ever occupied. The specific combination of the specific organic flowing forms of the ice pressure ridges, the specific deep translucent blues of the compressed glacier ice, and the specific absolute silence of the specific insulated ice environment, creating a specific aesthetic experience whose particular quality the specific Antarctic scientists who describe it consistently find inadequate to their specific vocabulary. Fact 79. Climate change in Antarctica, the canary in the coldest coal mine. The specific role of Antarctica as the specific primary indicator of the specific global climate change that anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions are driving, the particular function of the specific Antarctic ice sheet, the specific Southern Ocean, the specific Antarctic sea ice, and the specific Antarctic atmosphere as the specific most sensitive and specific most consequential components of the specific Earth system, whose specific responses to continued warming will determine the specific character of the global environment of the specific coming centuries, makes the specific monitoring of Antarctic change the specific most consequential ongoing scientific endeavor in the specific history of Earth observation. Its particular findings determining the specific most important specific parameter values in the specific projections of global sea level rise, global ocean circulation change, and global atmospheric change that the specific climate policy community requires for the specific most consequential specific decisions about mitigation and adaptation that the specific contemporary world is confronting. The specific evidence for the specific accelerating pace of Antarctic change in recent decades, the specific tripling of the specific rate of ice mass loss from the Antarctic ice sheet since the 1990s, the specific record minimum sea ice extents of 2022, 2023, and 2024, the specific continued collapse of the specific buttressing ice shelves of the Antarctic Peninsula, the specific accelerating flow of the specific Thwaites and Pine Island glaciers, and the specific progressive warming and freshening of the specific water masses of the Southern Ocean, paints a specific picture of a continental ice system that is responding more rapidly and more comprehensively to the specific anthropogenic warming of the specific past century than the specific most conservative scientific assessments had projected, and whose specific future trajectory under continued emissions is the specific most important and the specific most consequential specific uncertain quantity in the specific entire Earth system science of the specific contemporary era. The specific relationship between the specific rate of global greenhouse gas emissions and the specific eventual Antarctic ice loss is not linear, but involves the specific thresholds and specific tipping points, whose particular crossing triggers the specific irreversible changes in ice dynamics that would commit the specific global sea level to the specific multi-meter rises that the specific most extreme projections describe. Making the specific decisions about emissions reductions taken in the specific next decades, the specific decisions that will most directly determine the specific scale of the specific Antarctic contribution to the specific global sea level, rise that the specific coastal communities of the specific next few centuries will experience. Fact 80, Antarctica at 80, 20 facts from the final ice. 80 facts into the story of Antarctica, and the specific summit of this journey is in sight. We have watched the specific sea ice set a record minimum in 2023 that was not merely a record, but a specific departure from the specific multi-decade average, so extreme that the specific scientists who had spent their careers studying it described their specific concern in terms whose particular directness and particular alarm were unlike anything the specific Antarctic science community had previously produced in a public forum. We have understood that the specific beauty of the Antarctic landscape, the specific blue of compressed glacier ice, the specific geometry of tabular icebergs, the specific otherworldly illumination of ice caves, is not merely an aesthetic quality, but a specific dimension of the Antarctic experience, whose particular power for the specific people who encounter it directly is as much a feature of the scientific record as the specific temperature measurements and the specific ice flow velocities. We have understood that the specific international cooperation of the Antarctic Treaty System, the specific most successful experiment in international environmental governance in the history of international law, faces the specific challenges of the specific geopolitical environment of the specific coming decades in ways that make its specific continuation neither guaranteed nor trivial. 20 facts remain. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 81. The Polar Plateau, the highest, coldest desert. The Polar Plateau of East Antarctica, the specific vast elevated interior of the continent, whose particular combination of extreme altitude, averaging approximately 2,300 meters above sea level, extreme cold, whose specific annual mean temperatures at the highest points of the plateau fall below -50 degrees Celsius, and extreme aridity, whose specific precipitation, totaling less than 50 millimeters of water equivalent per year, makes it technically the largest cold desert on Earth, is the specific geographic feature that most completely defines the Antarctic interior and whose particular character, as the specific most uniformly inhospitable large land surface on the planet, creates the specific environmental context within which the specific science of the deep interior. From the specific ice cores to the specific atmospheric observations to the specific astronomical measurements, is conducted at the specific cost of the specific logistical effort and the specific physiological challenge that the specific extreme conditions impose on every specific human activity. The specific visual character of the polar plateau is unique among all terrestrial environments. The specific surface, a specific gently undulating plain of compacted wind-sculpted snow, extending without interruption to every horizon in a specific uniformity, that the specific Antarctic veterans describe as the specific most disorienting landscape on Earth, provides the specific complete absence of the specific visual reference points that human spatial orientation depends on, creating the specific condition in which the specific sastrugi, the specific parallel ridges of wind-hardened snow, whose particular orientation reveals the specific prevailing wind direction, constitute the specific only topographic features available for the specific navigation that the specific GPS systems of the modern era have largely replaced, but whose specific understanding the specific experienced polar traveler maintains as the specific backup capability, whose particular relevance in the specific event of specific instrument failure remains the specific most critical specific navigation skill in the specific interior Antarctic environment. The specific astronomical value of the polar plateau, the particular combination of extremely low water vapor content, extreme atmospheric stability above the specific boundary layer, and the specific ability to observe any southern sky target continuously throughout the specific winter without the specific diurnal rotation that interrupts observations at other sites, makes the specific highest points of the plateau. Above all, the specific Doma site at 4,093 meters, where the specific Chinese Kunlun station is located, the specific best ground-based astronomical observing site on Earth for specific classes of infrared and sub-millimeter observation, the specific development of whose specific potential is one of the most active current frontiers of Antarctic astronomy. Fact 82. The lessons of Shackleton, leadership in the extreme. The specific lessons that the specific endurance expedition of Ernest Shackleton has been systematically drawn upon to illuminate the particular insights about leadership, team management, crisis response, and the specific psychology of small group performance in extreme conditions, that the specific extraordinary success of Shackleton's management of his specific crew through the specific 22 months of the specific expedition, from the specific entrapment of the Endurance in the pack ice through the specific eventual rescue of the entire crew from Elephant Island in August 1916, are held to exemplify, have made the specific Endurance story one of the most widely studied specific case studies in the specific contemporary leadership literature, its particular analysis in specific business schools, specific military training programs, and specific organizational psychology, research producing a specific body of applied interpretation, whose particular diversity of specific conclusions reflects both the specific richness of the specific historical material and the specific variety of the specific organizational contexts to which it has been applied. The specific qualities of Shackleton's leadership that the specific analysts of the Endurance story consistently identify as responsible for the specific extraordinary outcome of 28 survivors from a specific shipwreck in the specific most remote and specific most hostile ocean on Earth, include the specific unwavering optimism, whose particular character was not the specific denial of the specific desperate reality of the specific situation, but the specific refusal to allow that reality to become the specific defining psychological frame within which the specific crew experience their specific predicament, the specific personal attention to every crew member's specific physical and specific psychological condition, whose particular expression in the specific daily routines of the expedition, the specific distribution of the specific best sleeping bags to the specific men Shackleton judged most at risk, the specific immediate challenge to any specific expression of defeatism, the specific deliberate creation of specific occasions for collective celebration and specific laughter, constituted the specific management of the specific psychological environment with the same specific care and specific intentionality that a specific modern organizational psychologist would recognize and endorse. The specific decision Shackleton made to launch the James Caird, the specific open boat of barely 7 meters, whose particular crossing of 800 miles of the Drake Passage in the specific most consistently storm-swept ocean on Earth, constitutes the specific most impressive single feat of small boat seamanship in the history of navigation, is the specific example most often cited in the specific leadership literature as the particular expression of the specific willingness to take the specific calculated risk whose specific potential for specific success, however small, exceeded the specific certainty of the specific alternative. A specific decision framework whose particular application in the specific context of Shackleton's specific available options illustrates the specific character of specific effective crisis leadership, whose particular essence is the specific ability to see the specific possible where others see only the specific impossible. Fact 83. Antarctic fisheries, the krill economy. The specific commercial fisheries of the Southern Ocean, the particular harvesting operations for Antarctic krill, Patagonian toothfish, and other commercial species whose specific management under the specific Convention on the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources represents the specific most extensively developed specific component of the Antarctic Treaty System for the specific management of a specific living resource whose particular commercial value creates the specific economic pressure that makes its specific conservation simultaneously the specific most necessary and the specific most politically challenging. Specific objective of the specific Antarctic governance regime constitute the specific economic dimension of the human relationship with Antarctica, whose particular management, through the specific ecosystem-based approach that CCMLR was designed to implement, represents both the specific most advanced specific international fisheries management framework in the world, and the specific most important specific practical test of whether the specific ideals of the Antarctic Treaty System can be maintained against the specific commercial pressures. Specific particular productivity of the Southern Ocean generates the Antarctic krill fishery, the specific harvesting of Euphausia superbar for the specific production of krill meal, krill oil, and the specific aquaculture and pharmaceutical products, whose particular demand has driven the specific progressive development of the specific harvest from the specific experimental levels of the 1970s and 1980s to the specific current annual catches of approximately 300,000 to 400,000 metric tons per year, is managed by CCMLR through the specific precautionary catch limit of 5.61 million metric tons per year for the entire specific Area 48, encompassing the specific krill fishing grounds of the Antarctic Peninsula and Scotia Sea. A specific limit whose particular conservatism reflects the specific acknowledged uncertainty in the specific estimates of total krill biomass and the specific ecosystem model predictions of the specific sustainable harvest level. The specific Patagonian toothfish fishery, the particular harvesting of the specific high-value deepwater fish Disostochus eleginoides from the specific continental shelves surrounding the specific subantarctic islands, managed by CCMLR through the specific catch documentation scheme, designed to prevent the specific illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing that the specific high commercial value of the specific toothfish creates the specific incentive to conduct, is the specific most commercially significant of all Antarctic fisheries, and the specific one whose particular history of specific intensive IUU fishing before the specific implementation of the catch documentation scheme represents the specific most clear-cut example available of both the specific vulnerability of Antarctic marine resources to specific commercial overexploitation and the specific effectiveness of the specific well-designed management regime in reducing that exploitation. Fact 84. The search for life in Antarctic ice, astrobiology at the extreme. The specific search for life in the extreme environments of Antarctica, the particular scientific program whose investigation of microbial life in the specific subglacial lakes, the specific brine channels of sea ice, the specific cryoconite holes of glacier surfaces, the specific endolithic communities within specific rock crystals, and the specific chemolithotrophic communities of specific volcanic soils, has progressively revealed the specific extraordinary breadth and the specific extraordinary adaptability of the specific microbial biosphere in Antarctic environments. Is simultaneously one of the most scientifically productive specific programs in the history of Antarctic biology, and the specific primary terrestrial laboratory for the specific field of astrobiology, whose particular concern with the specific question of whether life exists or might once have existed beyond the Earth draws directly on the specific Antarctic findings for the specific insight they provide into the specific minimum conditions under which life can persist. The specific discovery of microbial life in the specific brine, veins that thread through Antarctic sea ice, communities of bacteria, algae, and protozoa that survive at temperatures below -20 degrees Celsius in the specific hypersaline brines, whose particular freezing point depression allows them to remain liquid at temperatures well below the specific freezing point of seawater, extended the known range of microbial cold tolerance well beyond what the specific biological literature had previously established, and created the specific first compelling model for the specific potential microbial communities that might inhabit the specific ice-covered oceans of Europa, Enceladus, and other icy moons of the outer solar system, whose particular environments the specific Antarctic sea ice brine communities most closely resemble. The specific discovery of chemolithotrophic microbial communities beneath the specific Taylor Glacier in Antarctica by a research team led by Jill Mikucki. The specific blood-red brine that emerges from beneath the glacier, named Blood Falls, whose particular chemistry, rich in the specific ferrous iron whose specific oxidation by the specific resident microorganisms provides the specific energy for their specific metabolism in the specific complete absence of sunlight, organic carbon, or any other conventional energy source, created a specific model for the specific possibility of microbial life in the specific deep subglacial environments of other planetary bodies, whose particular energy budget, driven by specific geochemical gradients rather than the specific solar energy that powers the specific surface biosphere, is both the specific most surprising and the specific most significant specific finding in the specific history of Antarctic extremophile research. Fact 85. The Antarctic Circumpolar Wave, a climate signal circling the globe. The Antarctic Circumpolar Wave, the specific large-scale coupled atmosphere-ocean sea ice anomaly that propagates eastward around the Antarctic continent on a period of approximately 8 years, discovered by the oceanographer Warren White and climatologist Raymond Peterson in 1996 in the specific analysis of sea surface temperature, sea ice extent, sea level pressure, and wind stress observations spanning the specific period of the modern satellite observing era, and whose particular character, as the specific only large-scale climate signal known to circumnavigate the specific globe in the specific high-latitude Southern Ocean, makes it both the specific most geographically unusual climate mode in the specific global climate system, and the specific one whose particular poorly understood dynamics and specific uncertain relationship to the specific broader climate variability of the Southern Hemisphere creates the specific most important specific gap in the specific current understanding of the specific Southern Ocean's climate variability, represents the specific most distinctive specific climate phenomenon of the Antarctic region, whose particular influence on the specific weather and specific fishery conditions of the specific southern mid-latitudes, whose agricultural economies depend on the specific rainfall patterns that the specific anomalous SSD and specific sea ice conditions associated with the specific waves specific passage modulate, has made it the specific focus of a research program whose particular practical as well as scientific motivation reflects the specific direct relevance of the specific Antarctic climate system to the specific terrestrial environments of the specific southern hemisphere, landmasses that the specific Southern Ocean surrounds. The specific mechanism of the Antarctic circumpolar wave, the particular coupling between the specific sea surface temperature anomalies, the specific wind stress anomalies, and the specific sea ice concentration anomalies that allows the specific composite climate signal to maintain its coherence as it propagates eastward at approximately half the specific speed of the Antarctic circumpolar current, is not fully understood. The specific relative contributions of the specific oceanic and specific atmospheric components to the specific propagation mechanism, being the specific subject of ongoing debate, whose particular resolution has been complicated by the specific limited duration of the specific observational record, and the specific difficulty of separating the specific wave signal from the specific other modes of climate variability that the specific Southern Ocean simultaneously exhibits. Fact 86. The ice shelves of Antarctica, floating guardians. The ice shelves of Antarctica, the specific floating extensions of the Antarctic ice sheet that project from the specific grounded ice of the continent over the specific surrounding ocean. Covering a total area of approximately 1.56 million square kilometers, and representing the specific interface between the specific terrestrial ice system and the specific marine environment through which the specific mass loss from the specific grounded ice sheet ultimately passes into the specific global ocean, are the specific most consequential specific components of the Antarctic system for the specific question of ice sheet stability under warming conditions. Their particular function as the specific buttresses that restrain the specific flow of the specific inland glaciers, creating the specific mechanism through which the specific ocean force thinning and the specific eventual collapse of specific ice shelves translates into the specific accelerated ice discharge, whose specific contribution to global sea level rise is the specific primary concern of the specific current generation of Antarctic glaciological research. The specific physics of ice shelf buttressing, the particular mechanism through which the specific resistance to flow provided by the specific floating ice shelf transmits back stress to the specific grounded ice upstream, reducing the specific flow velocity of the specific inland glaciers in proportion to the specific magnitude of the specific buttressing force, whose particular elimination following specific shelf collapse produces the specific characteristic acceleration of the specific upstream glaciers, was first clearly demonstrated in the specific Antarctic context by the specific observations following the specific Larsen B ice shelf collapse discussed in an earlier fact. But the specific general principle had been established theoretically by the glaciologist Johannes Weertman in the 1970s, and the specific observational confirmation of the specific Larsen B case transformed it from a specific theoretical prediction to a specific empirically demonstrated mechanism of ice sheet dynamics. The specific Ross ice shelf, the specific largest ice shelf on Earth, whose particular area of approximately 487,000 square kilometers, and whose specific current stability under the specific conditions of the specific current warming, represent the specific most important specific open question in the specific current glaciological assessment of West Antarctic ice sheet stability, is the specific focus of the specific ongoing ROSETTA ice research program, whose particular combination of specific airborne geophysics, specific oceanographic measurements, and specific modeling studies aims to characterize the specific subglacial topography, specific ocean circulation, and specific ice dynamics that will govern the specific shelf's specific future behavior under the specific projected warming of the specific Amundsen Sea and Ross seawaters in the specific coming decades. Fact 87. Antarctic fieldwork, science at the edge. The specific experience of Antarctic fieldwork, the particular combination of scientific rigor, physical challenge, logistical complexity, and the specific heightened awareness of the specific environment's specific indifference to the specific human presence, that characterizes the specific experience of conducting scientific research in the specific Antarctic field, as opposed to the specific laboratory or the specific research station, is the specific most directly and most consistently described aspect of the specific Antarctic scientific experience in the specific accounts of the specific researchers who have conducted it. Its particular combination of the specific intellectual satisfaction of the specific science with the specific physical and specific psychological demands of the specific environment, creating the specific distinctive character of the specific Antarctic scientific vocation, whose particular appeal for the specific individuals who experience it consistently exceeds the specific attraction of the specific conventional academic research environments, whose specific comforts and specific securities the specific Antarctic researchers have specifically chosen to forgo. The specific logistics of Antarctic field science, the particular sequence of specific planning, specific equipment preparation, specific training, specific helicopter transport, specific tent establishment, specific weather management, and specific emergency procedures that constitute the specific operational framework within which the specific scientific measurements are conducted, creates the specific context in which the specific scientific objectives of the specific field program must be achieved against the specific background of the specific environmental constraints whose particular unpredictability, the specific sudden deterioration of weather, the specific unexpected crevasse field, the specific equipment failure in the specific extreme cold, requires the specific Antarctic field scientist to be simultaneously the specific expert in the specific scientific discipline and the specific competent outdoor operator whose specific self-sufficiency in the specific event of the specific emergency is the specific condition of the specific safety of the specific field program. The specific most memorable specific dimension of the specific Antarctic fieldwork experience, described by the specific researchers who have conducted it, is almost invariably the specific combination of the specific scientific excitement of measuring something that has never been measured before in a specific place, that has never been visited, and the specific beauty of the specific environment in which that specific measurement is made. The specific particular convergence of the specific intellectual and the specific aesthetic that the specific Antarctic field environment provides in a form whose specific intensity and whose specific rarity are among the specific most consistently cited specific reasons that the specific scientists who have worked in Antarctica return to it again and again throughout their specific careers. Fact 88: Antarctica and the global ocean, the deep water factory. The specific role of Antarctica in the global ocean circulation, the particular function of the specific Antarctic continent and the specific Southern Ocean as the specific primary site of the specific deep water formation processes that drive the specific global thermohaline circulation, also known as the specific ocean conveyor belt, whose particular transport of heat, carbon, and nutrients around the specific global ocean determines the specific climate of every coastal region on Earth and the specific productivity of every ocean basin, is the specific most consequential specific oceanographic function of the specific Antarctic region, and the specific one whose particular potential modification by the specific freshwater input from the specific melting Antarctic ice sheet creates the specific most consequential specific uncertainty about the specific future behavior of the specific global ocean circulation under continued warming. The specific process of Antarctic bottom water formation, the particular mechanism whereby the specific dense, cold, salty water produced in the specific Weddell Sea, Ross Sea, and specific other Antarctic shelf regions during the specific sea ice formation process sinks to the specific ocean floor and spreads northward beneath the specific warmer, lighter water masses of the specific mid- and low-latitude oceans, is the specific primary driver of the specific overturning circulation of the specific deep Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Ocean basins, whose particular ventilation by the specific Antarctic bottom water determines the specific oxygen content, the specific carbon content, and the specific nutrient content of the specific deep oceans that cover the specific majority of the specific Earth's surface. The specific evidence that the specific Antarctic bottom water formation rate has been declining since at least the 1990s, the specific observational finding published by the specific oceanographer Casimir de Lavigny and colleagues in 2014, subsequently confirmed and extended by the specific continued monitoring of the specific deep ocean properties, whose specific progressive warming and specific progressive freshening indicate the specific reduction of the specific dense water production that the specific previous generation of specific scientists had identified as the specific most stable component of the specific global ocean circulation, is the specific most consequentially alarming specific oceanographic finding of the specific recent period, its specific implications for the specific carbon storage capacity of the specific deep ocean, the specific oxygen supply to the specific deep marine ecosystems, and the specific long-term behavior of the specific global thermohaline circulation being among the specific most actively investigated questions in the specific contemporary ocean science. Fact 89: the human future in Antarctica, research, tourism, and the next century. The specific trajectory of the human relationship with Antarctica in the specific coming century, the particular evolution of the specific scientific programs, the specific tourism industry, the specific governance framework, and the specific physical accessibility of the continent, as the specific continued development of technology, and the specific continued change of the specific Antarctic environment under specific warming create the specific new conditions within which the specific human engagement with the specific last continent will unfold, is one of the specific most consequential and the specific most genuinely uncertain questions in the specific entire range of the specific Antarctic future. Its particular resolution depending on the specific interaction of the specific scientific imperatives, the specific commercial interests, the specific geopolitical ambitions, and the specific environmental constraints that will collectively determine the specific character of the human presence on and around Antarctica in the specific period, from the specific present through the specific end of the specific 21st century. The specific development of the specific science program will almost certainly be driven above all by the specific urgency of the specific climate and ice sheet science, whose particular relevance to the specific most consequential specific policy questions of the specific coming decades will sustain the specific political and specific financial support for the specific Antarctic science investment at the specific levels required to maintain the specific monitoring programs whose specific long-term data are the specific most valuable products of the specific entire Antarctic science enterprise. The specific development of the specific tourism industry, whose specific growth trajectory, interrupted by the specific COVID-19 pandemic, but resuming strongly afterward, with the specific number of visitors continuing to increase toward the specific 100,000 per year mark, will create the specific progressive pressure on the specific Antarctic treaty systems, specific environmental protection framework, whose specific management requires the specific consistent application of the specific precautionary approach to specific new activities and specific new sites whose specific particular character. In the specific absence of the specific effective self-regulation that the specific International Association of Antarctic Tour Operators provides, would create the specific growing environmental footprint that the specific Antarctic protocol's specific prohibition on specific activities harmful to the specific Antarctic environment was designed to prevent. Fact 90, Antarctica at 90, 10 facts from the final horizon. 90 facts into the story of Antarctica, and the specific final horizon of the continent's story has come into view. We have understood that the specific Antarctic bottom water formation, the particular process whose specific production of the specific dense cold water that ventilates the specific deep ocean of the entire planet and sequesters the specific carbon whose removal from the surface ocean is one of the specific most important specific natural climate regulation mechanisms on Earth, has been declining since the 1990s. The specific freshening of the specific surface waters around Antarctica by the specific melting, ice reducing the specific density contrast that drives the specific sinking, whose particular cessation would have consequences for the specific carbon cycle and the specific ocean oxygen supply that the specific climate models are only beginning to fully capture. We have stood with the specific field scientists in the specific Antarctic field camps and understood that the specific experience of Antarctic science, the specific combination of the specific intellectual excitement of the specific discovery, the specific physical challenge of the specific environment, and the specific beauty of the specific landscape, creates the specific particular vocation, whose particular hold on the specific particular people who have experienced it is unlike anything available in any other scientific or exploratory context on the specific surface of the Earth. 10 facts remain. They will carry us to the specific end of the Antarctic story, to the specific question of what the last continent means for the specific world that it anchors at its southern pole, and to the specific particular experience, available to every person lying in the specific darkness of a specific warm room on a specific night anywhere on Earth, of understanding that the specific ice exists, that the specific cold exists, that the specific silence exists, and that both the specific world and the specific human civilization that inhabits it are specific better for the specific particular knowledge of it. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 91, the meteorites of Antarctica, the continent that collects the sky. Antarctica is the world's most productive hunting ground for meteorites, the specific extraterrestrial rocks whose particular concentration on the Antarctic ice surface, visible as dark objects against the white expanse of the specific blue ice fields that form where ice flow dynamics strip the overlying snow and expose the compressed older ice beneath, has transformed planetary science by providing researchers with access to the largest and most systematically collected sample of extraterrestrial material available anywhere on Earth. The specific reason for this extraordinary concentration, the particular mechanism by which a continent that covers barely 9% of the Earth's land surface accounts for the recovery of more than 60% of all meteorites ever collected by human beings, lies not in any elevated rate of meteorite fall over Antarctica, but in the specific dynamics of the Antarctic ice sheet, whose particular flow patterns act as a conveyor system, transporting the meteorites that land on the ice surface across the continent toward the margins where they would normally fall into the ocean. but intercepting them at the specific locations where the flow encounters the specific barrier of subglacial mountain ranges and is forced upward. The specific ablation of the surface ice by the specific katabatic winds, then exposing the meteorite-rich older layers and concentrating on the blue ice surface the specific accumulated falls of thousands of years. The specific Japanese Antarctic research expedition first systematically recovered Antarctic meteorites in 1969, when 9 meteorites were found clustered together on the Yamato Mountains blue ice field, a clustering that suggested not chance but the specific concentration mechanism that subsequent research confirmed. The specific joint United States, Japan ANSMET program, the Antarctic Search for Meteorites, established in 1976, has since recovered more than 22,000 individual meteorite specimens from the Antarctic ice, including some of the most scientifically significant extraterrestrial samples ever studied. Fragments of the Moon, fragments of Mars, and primitive carbonaceous chondrites, whose specific chemical composition preserves the specific conditions of the early solar system more faithfully than any terrestrial rock could. Among the most significant Antarctic meteorites is ALH 84001, the specific fragment of Martian rock collected from the Allen Hills Blue Ice Field in 1984, whose particular announcement in 1996, when NASA scientists reported that it appeared to contain possible microfossils of ancient Martian bacteria, generated one of the most widely reported and most scientifically controversial announcements in the entire history of planetary science. Its specific claim since disputed but never definitively resolved, the specific question of whether the specific features observed in the rock represent genuine biological traces or the specific products of abiotic chemical processes, remaining one of the most consequential unresolved questions in astrobiology. Antarctica gives to science what no other continent can, the accumulated skyfall of millennia, preserved in ice, waiting. Fact 92, Winter Over Syndrome, the psychology of polar darkness. The psychological experience of spending a polar winter in Antarctica, the specific condition known informally as winter over syndrome, whose particular manifestation in the personnel of Antarctic research stations during the 6-month period of polar darkness has been systematically studied by researchers interested both in the specific welfare of the station personnel and in the specific implications of the findings for the design of long-duration space missions, whose particular isolation, confinement, and sensory monotony replicate in important respects the specific challenges of an Antarctic winterover, represents one of the most comprehensively documented examples of the specific effects of extreme environmental conditions on human psychology, and the specific research it has generated constitutes some of the most directly applicable science for planning the specific future of human space exploration. The specific symptoms of winter over syndrome, whose particular cluster includes the specific cognitive changes, sometimes called the Antarctic stare or long eye, involving a specific slowing of reaction times and a specific flattening of cognitive performance that have been measured in standardized testing. The specific mood changes including irritability, social withdrawal, and a specific form of depression whose particular seasonal character links it to the specific absence of sunlight and the specific disruption of circadian rhythms that the polar night produces. And the specific interpersonal tensions that develop in the specific small, isolated groups confined together in the specific limited space of a research station for periods extending to a year or more, have been studied at virtually every major Antarctic station since the specific establishment of the modern research program. The specific crew dynamics of Antarctic winterover teams have shown that the specific third-quarter phenomenon, a specific dip in morale and cohesion that reliably occurs in the specific period between the midpoint of the mission and the anticipated end, when the specific psychological cost of the remaining isolation is most acutely felt, has been reproduced in studies of submarine crews, polar expeditioners, and space station crews, suggesting a specific universal human response to long-duration isolation whose particular understanding is essential for the specific design of missions to Mars, where the specific communication delay will prevent the specific real-time psychological support that Antarctic stations receive from their home institutions. The specific men and women who winter over in Antarctica are not simply scientists and support staff. They are, in a very specific sense, the specific pioneers of a psychology that will determine whether human beings can survive the distances of space. Fact 93, the Aurora Australis, light at the edge of the world. The Aurora Australis, the specific southern counterpart of the Aurora Borealis whose particular display, visible from the margins of the Antarctic continent and from the research stations of the circumpolar belt, is produced by the specific interaction between the charged particles of the solar wind and the specific molecules of the upper atmosphere in the specific zone around the magnetic South Pole, where the Earth's magnetic field channels those particles into the specific narrow band of the auroral oval, is among the most visually spectacular natural phenomena accessible to human observation. Its particular curtains and streamers and pulsing bands of green, red, blue, and violet light filling the specific Antarctic sky on the specific nights of high solar activity, with a display whose specific combination of scale, movement, and color has no parallel in any other natural phenomenon, and whose specific scientific study has transformed the understanding of the specific relationship between solar activity and terrestrial geophysics. The specific colors of the aurora australis, whose particular variation from the most common green, produced by the specific excitation of oxygen atoms at altitudes of approximately 100 kilometers, to the rarer red produced by the specific excitation of oxygen atoms at altitudes above 200 kilometers, to the specific blue and purple produced by the specific excitation of nitrogen molecules at lower altitudes, encode the specific physics of the upper atmosphere in a visual language, whose particular reading requires understanding the specific quantum mechanics of atomic and molecular excitation, the specific altitude structure of the atmosphere, and the specific energy distribution of the precipitating particles. The specific Antarctic advantage for auroral observation is the specific combination of the continent's position within the auroral oval, giving Antarctic stations the specific high auroral activity frequency that makes regular display viewing possible, and the specific clarity and darkness of the Antarctic sky during the polar winter, uncontaminated by the specific light pollution that degrades auroral observation at lower latitudes. For the specific researchers and support personnel who experience the Antarctic winter, the aurora australis is not merely a spectacle, but a specific companion to the darkness. A specific reminder that the specific isolation of the continent at the bottom of the world is not an absence but a presence. A specific proximity to the specific processes of the solar system that the specific comfort of inhabited latitudes obscures. Fact 94. The Southern Ocean circulation, Antarctica's gift to the world's climate. The Southern Ocean, the specific body of water surrounding Antarctica whose particular oceanographic character, determined by the specific combination of its circumpolar extent, its specific latitude, and its specific interaction with the Antarctic continent and its ice, makes it the most dynamic and most climatically significant ocean basin on Earth, drives a component of global ocean circulation whose particular importance for the specific distribution of heat, carbon, and nutrients around the planet is exceeded by no other single oceanographic feature, and whose specific potential disruption by climate change constitutes one of the most consequential specific uncertainties in the entire field of climate projection. The specific process by which the Southern Ocean generates its extraordinary global influence is the formation of Antarctic bottom water, the particular dense, cold, oxygen-rich water mass that forms when the specific surface water of the Southern Ocean, cooled by contact with the Antarctic atmosphere and modified by the rejection of salt during sea ice formation, sinks to the specific ocean floor and spreads northward as the specific bottom layer of all three major ocean basins. Its particular spreading constituting the specific deepest limb of the global thermohaline circulation that transports heat from the tropics toward the poles, and whose particular overturning carries the specific surface water, enriched by atmospheric gas exchange, into the specific deep ocean, where it is sequestered from the specific atmosphere for periods extending to centuries or millennia. The specific carbon sequestration accomplished by this process, the particular removal of carbon dioxide from the specific atmosphere by the specific biological pump, whose productivity in the Southern Ocean is among the highest on Earth, combined with the specific physical pump of Antarctic bottom water formation that carries dissolved carbon to the specific ocean floor, makes the Southern Ocean the specific largest single oceanic carbon sink on Earth, absorbing approximately 40% of all the carbon dioxide that the specific global ocean removes from the atmosphere each year. The specific consequences of a weakening of this circulation, which the specific observations of recent decades have detected, the particular formation rate of Antarctic bottom water having declined measurably since the 1990s, in ways consistent with the specific warming and freshening of the Southern Ocean produced by climate change, would extend to every ocean on Earth, reducing the specific ocean's capacity to absorb carbon, altering the specific nutrient distribution on which marine food webs depend, and changing the specific temperature structure of the global ocean in ways whose particular downstream effects on weather, fisheries, and coastal environments remain incompletely understood. The specific ocean that surrounds Antarctica is not merely the water at the bottom of the world. It is the specific engine of a planetary climate system whose particular functioning the entire biosphere depends upon. Fact 95. The dry valleys, Mars on Earth. The McMurdo Dry Valleys of Antarctica, the specific ice-free area of approximately 4,800 square kilometers in the transantarctic mountains of Victoria Land, whose particular character, the specific result of the specific combination of low precipitation, intense katabatic wind-driven sublimation of any snow that does fall, and the specific topographic situation that prevents the incursion of the East Antarctic ice sheet into the specific valley floors, creates the largest ice-free area on the Antarctic continent and an environment whose specific physical character, bone-dry, intensely cold, scoured by wind, exposed to ultraviolet radiation, and entirely devoid of visible biological life for most of its surface area, is the closest terrestrial analog to the specific surface conditions of Mars that exists anywhere on Earth, are among the most scientifically productive and most thoroughly studied landscapes in Antarctica. Their particular combination of extreme conditions and accessible location, making them the preferred field laboratory for research programs, whose specific interests range from the specific biology of life at the extreme edge of habitability, to the specific geochemistry of hyperarid environments, to the specific glaciology of cold-based glaciers, to the specific astrobiology of extraterrestrial environments. The specific biology of the dry valleys is not the absence of life, but the specific extreme miniaturization and specific extreme restriction of life to the specific microhabitats, where its specific requirements can barely be met. The specific endolithic communities of cyanobacteria, algae, and fungi that live within the specific translucent crystals of rock a few millimeters below the rock surface. Protected from the specific lethal ultraviolet radiation and the specific desiccating wind, while still receiving the specific attenuated sunlight that drives their specific photosynthesis. The specific mats of cyanobacteria that bloom in the specific meltwater streams that flow for a few weeks each summer. And the specific communities of nematodes, tardigrades, and rotifers in the specific soil whose particular survival mechanisms, including the specific anhydrobiosis in which tardigrades lose essentially all their water content and enter a suspended state of metabolic arrest that can persist for years or decades, represent the specific outer limit of what biological systems can endure. The specific relevance of the dry valleys to the specific search for life on Mars is not metaphorical but specific. If life can persist in the specific conditions of the dry valleys, the specific question of whether life persists in the specific subsurface of Mars, where the specific combination of residual geothermal heat, liquid water, and protection from radiation creates the specific conditions that the specific dry valley endoliths exploit, becomes not merely possible but specifically precedented. Fact 96. The politics of ice, sovereignty, claims, and the Antarctic future. The Antarctic Treaty System, the specific framework of international agreements whose particular foundation is the Antarctic Treaty of 1959, signed by the 12 nations that had conducted research in Antarctica during the International Geophysical Year of 1957 to 1958, and whose specific architecture has expanded through the specific Protocol on Environmental Protection of 1991 and the specific Convention on the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources of 1980 to create the most comprehensive international environmental governance regime that exists for any major geographic region. Manages a continent over which 7 nations claim territorial sovereignty in ways that no other nation recognizes, and over which the specific prohibition of new territorial claims has been in place since the specific treaty's entry into force in 1961, creating a specific political situation whose particular stability, the specific product of the specific treaty's specific success in defining Antarctica as a continent dedicated to science and peace, has been maintained now for more than 6 decades in the specific face of the specific geopolitical pressures that have tested it. The specific 7 territorial claims, those of Argentina, Australia, Chile, France, New Zealand, Norway, and the United Kingdom, whose particular geometric sectors fan outward from the South Pole and whose specific overlapping portions in the Antarctic Peninsula region mean that Argentina, Chile, and the United Kingdom each claim the same specific territory, predate the Antarctic Treaty, and are neither withdrawn nor recognized under its specific terms, creating the specific legal fiction that the specific treaty suspends but does not resolve. The specific threat to Antarctic stability that has grown most consequentially in recent decades is not the specific territorial question, but the specific resource question, the particular knowledge that the specific waters of the Southern Ocean contain the world's largest remaining unexploited krill biomass, that the specific continental shelf may contain significant oil and gas deposits, and that the specific freshwater locked in the Antarctic ice sheet constitutes a specific resource whose particular value in a water-stressed world grows with each passing decade. The specific prohibition on mineral resource exploitation, established by the 1991 Protocol, is subject to specific review and provides the specific legal framework within which the specific future of Antarctic resource development will be negotiated. Negotiations whose specific outcome will determine whether the specific model of international cooperation that has governed Antarctica since 1959 can survive the specific pressures of resource scarcity and geopolitical competition in the specific decades ahead. Fact 97: Antarctica from above, satellites, ice, and the view that changed everything. The specific transformation of Antarctic science by satellite observation, the particular replacement of the specific ground-based and aircraft-based measurements that had constituted the entire available observational record of the continent, until the specific launch of the first dedicated Earth observation satellites in the early 1970s, with the specific continuous, comprehensive, and spatially complete coverage that satellite instruments have provided since, represents the single most consequential methodological change in the entire history of Antarctic research. Its particular impact on the understanding of the ice sheet, the sea ice, the ocean, and the atmosphere exceeding by orders of magnitude the specific impact of any other single observational advance. The specific capabilities that satellite observation has brought to Antarctic science include the specific measurement of ice sheet surface elevation by radar and laser altimetry, whose particular precision, millimeter-scale elevation, changes detectable over the specific entire ice sheet surface, allows the specific direct measurement of mass changes that would otherwise require decades of surface observation to detect. The specific measurement of ice sheet velocity by interferometric synthetic aperture radar, whose particular ability to detect specific surface displacements of centimeters from space has revealed the specific dynamic behavior of the ice sheet, the specific acceleration of specific outlet glaciers, the specific activation of specific ice streams, the specific thinning at specific calving fronts that constitutes the specific primary mechanism of current ice mass loss, and the specific measurement of sea ice extent, concentration, and thickness by passive microwave instruments, whose particular continuity of record since 1979 provides the specific longest available satellite time series of Antarctic sea ice behavior and reveals the specific long-term trends, the specific overall decline in Antarctic sea ice since approximately 2014. Following the specific decades of anomalous expansion that had previously distinguished it from the specific dramatic decline of Arctic sea ice that constitute critical indicators of the specific changing condition of the Antarctic climate system, the specific view from space has given scientists something no expedition could: the continent whole, watched continuously, year upon year, its changes accumulating in data that speaks across decades. Fact 98: the last wilderness, Antarctica and the human conscience. Antarctica's status as the specific last true wilderness on Earth, the particular designation whose meaning, the specific condition of a continent that contains no permanent human population, no indigenous people whose prior claim must be considered, no agricultural land, no industrial development, and no permanent human alteration of any significant portion of its specific landscape, distinguishes it from every other region on Earth, including the Arctic, where indigenous peoples have lived continuously for thousands of years, carries a specific moral weight that has shaped the specific terms of Antarctic governance, and that generates the specific philosophical question of what obligations human civilization owes to the specific places it has not yet fundamentally altered. The specific growth of Antarctic tourism, from a few hundred visitors per year in the 1960s to more than 100,000 per year in the most recent seasons before the COVID-19 pandemic, a specific growth trajectory whose particular continuation would within a generation produce visitor numbers whose specific environmental impact would begin to rival that of the specific research program, has made the specific question of Antarctic preservation no longer theoretical but operationally urgent. The specific management frameworks developed by the specific International Association of Antarctica Tour Operators and the specific Antarctic Treaty Parties, constituting the specific first attempt to develop the specific governance structures for a wilderness tourism industry at this specific scale. The specific philosophical argument for Antarctic preservation, articulated most forcefully in the specific provisions of the Protocol on Environmental Protection that designated Antarctica a specific natural reserve devoted to peace and science and prohibited mineral resource activities for a specific minimum of 50 years, rests on the specific claim that the specific value of Antarctica to humanity is not primarily economic but specific and irreplaceable. The specific value of knowing that there exists somewhere on Earth a place that human beings have not fundamentally changed. A specific baseline against which the specific degree of human alteration of the rest of the planet can be measured. A specific refuge of the specific biological and physical processes of the Earth operating at the specific scale, and with the specific integrity that they possessed before the specific human transformation of the planetary system began. To lose Antarctica's wildness would be to lose the only remaining mirror in which the world before us is still visible. Fact 99. What the ice remembers, climate, history, and the archive beneath our feet. The Antarctic ice cores, the specific cylindrical samples of compressed ice drilled from the specific depths of the Antarctic ice sheet at sites including Vostok, EPICA Dome C, and the specific WDC-06A core from West Antarctica, whose particular physical preservation of the specific atmospheric conditions of the past in the specific trapped air bubbles, whose particular gas composition reflects the specific atmospheric composition at the specific time of their specific entrapment, extends the specific climate record back to approximately 800,000 years before the present at EPICA Dome C, constitute collectively the most detailed and most temporally extended record of past climate available anywhere on Earth. Their specific analysis having established the specific temperature and greenhouse gas records that transformed the specific scientific understanding of the specific relationship between atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration and global temperature, and whose particular testimony about the specific climate of the past now bears directly on the specific projections of the climate of the future. The specific finding that the specific concentration of atmospheric carbon dioxide has not exceeded approximately 300 parts per million at any point in the specific 800,000-year record preserved in the specific Antarctic ice, compared to the specific current concentration of approximately 420 parts per million, a level that has not existed in the specific Earth's atmosphere for at least 3 million years and possibly considerably longer, is perhaps the single most consequential specific scientific finding to emerge from the specific Antarctic research program. Its particular quantitative demonstration of the specific degree to which the specific current atmospheric composition lies outside the specific range of natural variation that the specific ice core record documents, providing the specific most direct empirical foundation for the specific scientific consensus on the specific anthropogenic character of current climate change. The ice does not editorialize, it does not simplify. It preserves, layer by layer, year by year, century by century, the specific physical truth of the atmosphere as it was, and in the comparison between what the ice remembers and what the instruments now measure, the specific distance that human civilization has traveled from the specific conditions that produced it becomes at last precisely legible. Fact 100, the last continent, what Antarctica asks of us. And so we arrive at the end, at the 100th fact about Antarctica, the last continent, the coldest place, the final frontier, and find that the specific journey from the first fact to this one has not been a journey toward a conclusion, but a journey toward a specific kind of understanding whose particular quality is not the resolution of mystery, but the specific clarification of what the mysteries mean. Antarctica is the coldest place on Earth, and it is the repository of the specific deepest cold in the specific history of the planet, the cold of the specific ice cores that remember 800,000 years of climate, the cold of the specific subglacial lakes sealed from the surface for millions of years, the cold of the specific bedrock that has not felt sunlight since the specific continental ice sheet covered it perhaps 14 million years ago. It is the windiest place on Earth, its specific katabatic flows draining the specific cold air of the plateau toward the specific surrounding ocean with a specific violence that no other continent produces. It is the driest place on Earth, a desert of the specific particular kind in which the specific moisture of the atmosphere is locked in ice rather than absent from the landscape. A specific landscape in which the specific biological impulse to grow and reproduce and fill the available space encounters limits so absolute that the specific strategies life has developed to survive them constitute the specific most extreme adaptations documented anywhere in the specific biosphere. And it is the specific continent that holds, in its specific ice, the specific record of what the specific atmosphere of the Earth was for the specific 800,000 years before the specific present moment. The specific baseline against which the specific current condition of the specific planetary system can be precisely measured. The specific archive against which the specific testimony of our specific industrial civilization can be set and found to depart, in ways that the specific record makes precisely quantifiable from everything that came before. The specific explorers of the heroic era, Amundsen and Scott, Shackleton and Mawson, went to Antarctica to discover what was there. The specific scientists of the modern era go to Antarctica to understand what is happening here, what is happening to the ice, to the ocean, to the climate, to the specific planetary system on which everything that lives on Earth depends. The specific questions they ask are not questions of exploration, but questions of fate. The specific fate of the specific ice sheet, whose specific instability is the specific most consequential uncertainty in the specific projection of sea level rise. The specific fate of the specific ocean circulation, whose specific weakening is the specific most consequential change occurring in the specific deep ocean. The specific fate of the specific biological communities, whose specific krill-based food web supports the specific most intact marine ecosystem remaining on Earth. Antarctica asks of us, in the specific end, not admiration but attention. It asks that we look at what the specific ice remembers and reckon with the specific distance between what it remembers and what we are producing. It asks that we understand that the specific last wilderness is not simply a specific beautiful place, but a specific instrument. The specific most sensitive instrument the specific Earth possesses for measuring the specific condition of its own climate system. And it asks, in the specific stillness of its specific polar nights and its specific summer silences, the specific question that no other place on Earth can ask with the same specific authority: what will the specific ice remember of us? Close your eyes, let the cold and the quiet settle. The continent at the bottom of the world has told its story, a story of ice that remembers, of explorers who endured, of science that listens, and of a wilderness that asks in its silence whether we are capable of hearing. You have listened, you have learned. And somewhere beneath the knowledge, if you are quiet enough, you can feel the specific weight of 800,000 years of atmosphere, preserved in the dark, waiting, as ice always waits, for the warmth that will, eventually, release it. This is explored during sleeping,